careful, they got the shield, so like they just need... Oh!
I win.
Yes! Nice work! Can you pick up my card and revive me, please? We're gonna, you can leave the medallion there, so then that way it doesn't like fall you and such like that for now. Yes! Oh, thank you, Cap.
Like I said, I'd win.
Oh shit! Hey, Griffin!
Someone clip that. Someone please clip that. That moment of Cap, of like just congratulations, Cap, and Cap is just like, nah, I'd win, and then Peter Griffin.
How do I click?
Oh my god. Saving $200 a month in my normal thingy-majiggy. So 625. So 625 minus $200, which means that even if I get rid of only 2/3 of my, so because I think last month I spent 680 times by 0.666. Even if I only get rid of like 2/3 of my takeaway budget, then there's an additional $450 I can use into other expenses, or I can put it into saving, which means that by the time October comes along, then I would have saved for at least the $3,500 it would have cost me to do that, and that is before I get money from Twitch or from, you know, the tax return from Australia this year. So yeah, also, hi there, Butts. Welcome to the stream. Hi there, Zapper. What's my username on Twitter? It's GrantZeebs. What's my username on Telegram? GrantZeebs. What's my username on Discord? GrantZeebs. What's my username on Twitch? GrantZeebs. What's my username on YouTube? Well, YouTube is technically using a Google account in order to do that kind of nonsense, and I can't have a direct link to YouTube, but lo and behold, GrantZeebs. Ta-da! All right. Fabupona, hi. This bear that you drew for the pecan bear is absolutely adorable, and I love it. My particular fave is the style of the coat you've chosen and the two-tone tone. Beautiful, it's Hang on. wholesome, and I love it. Human being. What's the trick?
Right.
Gold. Okay, cool. Thing's working. I've already lost my shirt, and you can't take my these pants, so systems up. Actually, I don't need Twitter do open tell me of this so-called trick again. stock. God, I wish I went to the bathroom sooner.
Also-
I'm fine. I'm fine. I don't need the bathroom so soon. I just need to be mindful of my stomach. Hang on a Just second. need to make sure not to be an idiot. Hang on. Did Code get sick again? Wow, right, that was beautiful. 1 minute, ding. Dom. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm okay. So I'm okay. That's why I'm like, I didn't want to, I didn't want to cancel again this week after last week canceling. This week is I didn't want to cancel again, and there's so yeah, and I wanted to like, have like a proper chat with people and what have you. So don't you worry. Once we're out of what's-a-mahoozy advertisements and the starting soon and everything like that, then I can have a chat and such. So actually, while that is happening, I should probably do, where is it? I need a done. There we go. Damn it, there's a Keck W in my way. You're out of ads? Okay. Well, apparently there's still like another 20 seconds of ads. Are you sure you're out of ads? That seems weird. It's weird that you're out of ads, but but I'm still getting like the little notif of, oh, hey, there's advertisements still going on for another few seconds. Excuse me. Alright, is there anywhere else I need to post? No, not really. I've done the posting everywhere that I want. Oh no, I don't want OBS up here. I want my what's-a-mahoozy. So slap that over to the left. Make sure 1Password is not running, because I don't want to accidentally reveal any two-factor authentication codes. You didn't get any ads, Angrel? Maybe you just lucked out. Maybe you got in after I ran the 3-minute advertisements. Maybe that's what's happened. Excuse me. Yeah, right. Hopefully this is all good. Oh. Nope, it's not good, because I forgot to turn on VC Face. Hang on. Ding. Alright, here we go. Blah, 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 blah. Ijai. Sorry, no more lemon-sucking emotes. I'm gonna be real with you, I got sick and tired of them. I got sick and tired with the emote response and what have you. It was... yeah. So... but yeah, I'm up, I'm running. So Furry Curious only had 2 30-second advertisements. That's good. Maybe it's only needing to run that much at the start. Who knows? But yeah, alright, so Fairy Curious got in first. Congratulations. We got ourselves Masonic, we got Bookie, we got Angrel. Good to see you. Excuse me. Yay, fishing is working right on the get-go, which is great. Good to see everyone. Hello. Welcome, everyone. Happy Thursday. No, I'm not giving you my leg. I'm not giving you my leg, Sir Dragon. Alright, so... so... Code the Yoshi could not attend tonight's stream, unfortunately, because... from what he told me, his partner Jason, they're going to the hospital. There was a complaint about chest soreness, so...
I won't need my high school diploma anymore. I am the smart.
I don't know if that was a great time to throw 100 bits there, Bookie. I don't know how big of a second's delay you have. And once again, it puts me down in the bottom right corner instead of putting me back in my chair. An actual oops. Good, fair enough. An actual oops. So yeah. So Code's taking him to the hospital because, like, it could be a cold. It could be just a bit of a chest cold, but he wants to like double check, make sure, and what have you. And I am totally fine with that. I am very understanding about that because, as I have mentioned to anyone viewing, and as I mentioned for why I'm taking a break in June, chest infection. It might just be a chest infection, but I asked them to keep me posted and such, because, Jason's his partner, he's really important to him, and he's one of my moderators as well, and I want to, I hope there's nothing wrong, and everything is alright and such, so, and Code was like, I'm sorry for doing this again this week, I hope you can forgive me, we can figure this out, and such, and I was like, hey, it's okay, it's your partner, it's very important, real life takes priority over any of this nonsense. That's why I was like, you know what, fine, I'm just gonna... That's why last week's Thursday I canceled it. This week, it sounds like Code might be able to do... We'll need to do an adjustment. We'll need to... So, it looks like maybe tomorrow night, Code will be able to, play with me in Baldur's Gate 3, which I would really enjoy. I think as well, it's a half day for me at work as well. So I need to check in with Code about it once they've gone to the hospital and they've done all the checkups and such, but it's possible, it's a maybe. It's not firm. Maybe we can start like the Baldur's Gate stream a little bit earlier on the Friday than we normally would have. Cause you know how normally it's at like 6 p.m. and it's like, late in the evening. For the American viewers, it's like 3 in the morning or some nonsense. We might be able to start it just a little bit earlier. No, stop predicting why Jason's at the hospital. That is rude. And just to make a note of Carl. Rude. Don't be making predictions about like, oh, what could possibly be wrong with them? It's not okay. Whenever someone's like, oh, hey, I'm going to the hospital, you ask 2 things. What has happened? Is there anything you need me to do? Those are the 2 things. You don't need to start, like, WebMDing this nonsense of, like, of like, oh, do you have these symptoms? Do you have that system? Is it cancer? Is it diegetics? Da 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 da. None of that nonsense. So yeah, very fair. Hope they are okay. I hope they're okay too. So, and I just want to like sort of reiterate to people here, there is, if you like, you know, if you can't attend things, if you can't, you know, keep up with the sub or bits or anything, don't have anyone ever have you feel bad about it, okay? Like, this is all online bullshit, okay? It's not important. Hey, Hawks! You always hate those kinds of scares. Yeah, no, I have the same thing in Medigi. BB boy Grant. Hi there, Chase. Welcome. Just giving a little explanation about what's happened with code and how it's not going to be a D&D night tonight. It might be tomorrow's though. Today, you know, it is what it is. So, I'm sorry that I wasn't able to do like a proper Also, what is up with my nips? There we go. What was up with that? Hang on. Do I have like a different shirt? Oh, hang on. Actions. Shirt off. Does the redeem. Executing code. Timer. And then shirt on. It is executing the code. Alright. So, node graph. Alright. Give me a second. I just need to double check some stuff. Alright, so shirt off does default. Oh, it should have 0, 0. And then shirt does Huh. Now that should be, let's turn off those toggles. There we go, that should be better. Hopefully everyone is doing okay. New shirt? No, not new shirt. No new shirt, it's the same shirt. I hope so Jason is okay too. Sorry, Pogs, you came in at like a bit of a serious moment. Maybe I need to create like a little thingy-majiggy for whenever it's like serious talk. Just have a button. Cookie for Masonic. Maybe I need to have like a button like on my stream deck. Because I remember I created it like a long time ago, but I've honestly forgotten the moderation command for, you know, if there ever was a hate raid or something like that. I've forgotten the thingy-majiggy for when shit hits the fan. Yeah, it's like kill switch or something. So there's lockdown and then there's kill switch. So yeah, it was meant to be like a, is everything okay? Sorry you came in with a chaos. So, Code is doing okay. Code is just taking his partner Jason to the hospital because they were complaining about some soreness in the chest. He's hoping, so I don't know too much. They're probably at the hospital right now, you know, doing the checks, doing the observations. Hopefully they just need it, it's just pain medication they need or something or rather, and it isn't anything serious. Don't know much else, but that's the explanation for why we're not doing a, D&D Baldur's Gate 3 stream. It was, I'm a little, like, I wish we could, but I'm not gonna fault Code for it. I'm not gonna fault Jason. Real life takes priority over offline life, and I just wanted to have like a little chat about that with before going into anything else today / tonight, because as like I'm going on break in June 1st. Well, technically June 2nd is when I'm going on break. June 1st is the party game stream, which is the last stream I'm going to be taking part in hi Muddasaur, welcome to the stream. Hang on a sec, I'll give you a shout out, because also ignore the fact that I'm missing my shirt, okay? Pox stole it. Pox stole my shirt, okay? Blame him. Blame him for stealing my shirt. But yeah, there we go. Shout out from Muddasaur. They are an amazing artist. They're actually responsible for maybe I need to disappear. Hang on a second. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. So, behind me, there's some wonderful pieces of art. Don't look at, not the ultra-wide looking one, not the GrantZeebs, not the Kronk one. That one was done by, Goreflem, that I think is now known as Kraken Arts, I think. But the one in yellow, that cool one, that one's framed, as you can see, and it's, like, right now it's a little bit blurry, but I just wanted to show off, like, that's Mudasword. She is an amazing Aussie fur artist, got me inspired to, like, do the whole streaming thingamadiggy and such, and I hope they had a wonderful evening doing all kinds of art. It looked like you were doing some Halloween-y kind of stuff. That's one of your favorites? Nice! Chase is an artist, too. Chase is responsible for my, Angie emote. So, I put them down as, like, the thingamadiggy of, like, oh, hey, you're responsible for this, so... It's too far away. You'll most likely see it on Mudasaur's, Twitters and fur affinities. You should go check out Mudasaur. She does some amazing art. So yeah, it's like an underwear pic. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. It's not gonna be D&D night tonight. Some real life stuff happened with my friend Code, so he's doing with that. Just wanted to have like a little bit of a moment like before going into any sort of games or anything like that because June 1st, I have the party game stream. I've sent invites to all these different kinds of people. Not a lot of responses, but, you know, peeps are busy and, you know, perhaps they look at my messages and they're like, oh, that feels a little bit spammy. I'm not going to click on that Discord link. So, but yeah, so I'll be going on break. I'm going to be going on like a sort of an extended leave, June 2nd. I'm going to basically just take the month off. You're not gonna, also, am I like, I'm not looking centered, am I? Hang on, let's see what happens. Alright, looking forward. Boop, there we go. But yeah, so yeah, it's gonna be for about a month. The intention is that, like, for the last, like, 3 years that I've been streaming, it's sort of come as an after effect of, like, you know, being stuck home because of COVID, everyone, like, you know, just no good habits were made, and so I was able to easily, you know, because I was already playing video games a shit ton amount of times, rather than, you know, learning to diet or exercise or pick up a new hobby or anything like that. So, and, you know, over the last, like, few years, my weight has, like, you know, sort of been around 120, 140 kilograms, and every time I was like, oh, maybe there's a small thing I can do, like adding a squats redeem during the middle of stream, or, you know, doing some small change to how I eat and such, and all of that was just, you know, it wasn't to an effect that I really liked. The obvious answers to change is like, oh, do a giant change, get way more exercise than you're currently doing, not just, you know, some, like, 100 squats or something like that randomly in an evening. So yeah, and all of these, like, you know, attempts have been done while I was, you know, just doing the streaming thing, which was very similar to what I was doing before, or COVID and such, which is just playing video games for a long-ass amount of time. I very much enjoy my time streaming, though. Like, this isn't like a, oh, woe is me for, you know, spending 3 to 9 hours of a day just playing video games with like an audience of, like, you know, 5 to 20 peeps or whoever many, but basically like a classroom of people watching me. Like, I feel very thankful for those of you who come along to this, and, you know, come here, you know, lurk or interact however you can. It's just, I have told Code, I have told all sorts of people here that real life takes priority. It doesn't matter if you miss a stream, miss a sub, unable to attend, like, some sort of event that I'm doing, or some sort of a collaboration that someone else is doing. The fact of the matter is that the internet points do not matter for, like, you and me. Like, this isn't my livelihood. You are not beholden to me either. It's not your livelihood either. And so, and that's really easy for, you know, me sitting here doing nothing to say to people. It's like, oh, just focus on yourself and such. And so that's what I'm essentially doing in the month of June, is at least a month, at least 4 weeks of just focusing on myself. So to the 2nd to 30th of June. Probably longer, probably like from the 2nd of June to like the 6th of July. Like something around that kind of length, quite honestly. And it's more than just, you know, disconnecting from streaming. It's not going to be just streaming. It is going to be like I'm going to be trying to properly sort of detox myself from, because there's this online life here, this stuff here, which is all very much furry. It is, you know, browsing on the TikToks, it is browsing on Twitter, it is, you know, hanging out in the different Twitch channels, hosting a Twitch channel, and the Discords and what have you. All of this online stuff is like, you know, me, GrantZeebs and such. And then there's IRL me, which is, you know, visiting my family, visiting my friends, the food, the exercise, the chores, and yada yada. That one has not been going too well. I've made sure anything I do here on stream does not affect my work. That is how I get my bread and butter into this apartment. Is I have a full-time job, similar to how Kusaki, Scribbly Noodle, and a lot of other people on this platform function. And so I'm not beholden to the Twitch algorithms and such, where going on a 2-week break, it could be seen as a bit of a terrible idea if I don't have, like, you know, all kinds of different investments in content creation. I'm able to do that because I have the full-time job that is actually hosting me. God, I wish that were me. Oh, god damn it, Mutt. I don't know. There's been a few times where I watch you stream and you talk about shit that you're doing, and I'm like, God, wish that were me. There's just a circle of furries. They're all looking at like the front persona and such of that, and they're just sort of like, God, wish that were me. God, I wish I was a 7-foot Zeebs, and then right behind me, and then like in front of them, it's just sort of like, God, wish I was a blue hyena. Gosh, I wish I was a Heffy milker. Oh, everyone's just like, so. But yeah, so I got the full-time job, and I've tried to make sure as much as possible that anything I'm doing online and such like that doesn't affect my work. So that's why you don't know where I live. You don't know what my actual job is. You have like you have the slightest notion, but I'm pretty sure I've made it so that it's a bit anonymized. So it's like, oh, there's a zebra. He's a furry that works in IT. Congratulations, you've just narrowed it down to, like, I don't know, 60% of the IT workforce. You've not made it any easier. So, moving on from that, you don't know my real name, you don't know any of my family. I think the closest person that knows, like, who I am isn't even Code. It's like Bookie or someone, and that's because I, like, you know, oh shit was hitting the fan. I was just like, let me help you. Enjoy your break? I will. Cookie for Masonic. Here's your cookie, Masonic. Hi there, Morse. You just wander around Australia voicing Gwant and see who's peeved about it. I'm just like sitting here, no worries whatsoever, because Morse is just walking around in the outback. There's like Aboriginals at a long distance away, just sort of like observing him, and they're like, what is this jackrabbit doing? Meanwhile, there's just a jackrabbit costume, and he's just going, Grunt! Grunt! And they're just like observing him, and they're just like,
Calm your rice paddy.
That's a weird rabbit. So yeah. You finished something for friends. Hopefully I can get your saucy art piece soon. Don't worry about it. It's not like I pay for it or anything, but congrats on getting the thingy-majiggy done with your friend. Nice work. So yeah, but yeah, that's why with the break coming up in June, I, you know, organized the whole, you know, trying to play as many things as possible and what have you. Like it's none of it has been into the effect of you know, figuring out what to do once I'm out of my thingy-madiggy for June. Gosh darn it, why you gotta look at my cake and do the fishins? Rude. Absolutely rude. So yeah, make the most with what you can do. Yeah, so I've not joined a gym membership yet. I'm not 100% certain if I'm going to join into one before June rolls in. It's tempting to go into one before June, so then that way I can kind of, you know, have a feel of like, oh, what's it like, you know, doing like treadmill and such. But I really just want to have my evenings back, and I want to have like the evenings where it's like, oh, I don't have a priority online. I don't have to, you know, I don't need to like check out Twitter and what the latest like trend is and such. I want to be able to like go for a walk outside at the very least. Making something for you and a few other peeps in my break time, since I just draw 24/7. Gosh darn it. July might work for me. For that, because usually they do end of financial deals too. Yeah, no, so they'll do end of financial deals in June normally as well. That's what you're talking about, June. July, we're already into the new financial year and what have you. So, but most deals that are going off in like, you know, June or what's Mahuzi Black Friday, those are all just, you know, made up nonsense. They're not making deals because of like, oh, magically we are so close to, you know, doing well in the finance of June. It's like, no. They know whether they're doing well or not by the time it gets to like April or March. Like that's why companies like, you know, weeks ago back in April were cutting shit, and Microsoft was going so far as being like, oh, we need to get rid of TangoWorks. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. And what's more is they've opened up a Polish studio under the Activision subsidiary as well, called Elsewhere or something like that. So, like, they cut out people from TangoWorks, like a Japanese company and what have you, someplace that they were trying really, really hard to get into. They cut out Japan, and now they opened up a studio up in Poland where, like, I don't know if you don't know why, but Poland has really cheap fucking labor for game design. I mean, really cheap. Like, to put in perspective, like, game design, you know, sometimes might cost like $100,000 a head or less for hiring someone that knows code and shit. If you go into game designs, it can be less than that. Meanwhile, if you go into Poland, however, it's way less than that. It's like 60K a year or something. I get paid more as like my job in like IT support than a Polish game dev. It's like, it's criminal. It's crazy. It's way cheaper from them there. Yeah, it is. It's cheaper than both the US or Japan. Like, Japan, granted, Japan is cheap. Don't get me wrong. It's cheaper than the United States. So for them to like be like, "Oh, closing down Japan, opening up Poland," feels a little bit more like, you know, they're probably doing it for the talent that's, you know, in and around Poland than the actual like cost. A part of me is like a little bit, hang on a second. I really want to scratch the top of my foot. Ah! Maybe I should not wear socks for so long. Maybe I need new ones. Cotton socks are still good though, right? Need something that breathes. I don't like wool though. Can't stand it. Wool feels terrible. Ah. Ugh. To be fair, they're still in the middle to late stages of recovery, but to be honest, they're going to be doing a lot better than they were 10 years ago, at least to my knowledge. Wait. Sometimes new life can be just too much and you get away and take some space, like some kind of weird Okay, I'm not 100% certain what Sage is putting down. I can't pick up what Sage is putting down. Sorry. God damn it, I still want to scratch the top of my foot. Gosh darn it. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. The state of Poland. Ah, okay, the state of Poland. Oh yeah, because shit happened to Poland back in 1950s, and then there was like the Cold War curtain and all that kind of nonsense. God damn, there was so much going on. Alrighty. Okay, what else is in my to-do list that I want to talk about, I wonder? I don't think there is anything else in my proper to-do list, is there? Poland has a very unfortunate history, but it's a wonderful country. I imagine that can be true for like a lot of European countries. Here's the thing. Like, if you talk to any European country, 250 years does not sound like a really long time. You talk to an American, 250 years is a long time. You talk to anyone in Europe, 250 miles is a big distance. You talk to an American, 250 miles is like fucking nothing. That's like some people's like daily route to and from work. They're like, oh yeah, I drive like 200 miles a day. What of it? Sorry, lol. Lol, Quaggles is... Oh, la-dee-da. I'm telling Quaggles about, Ripper's, like, current thingamadiggy into the whatsamahoozies. The, flying, like, an F4E Phantom 2. And Quaggles is like, I had it before the release date, so I already know how to operate and fly it. No patches were applied since then. It's... Alright, there we go. Literally gonna take a bike trip that's 140 miles like tomorrow. It's 3 days long, though, to be fair. Yeah, 140 miles across 3 days on a bicycle? Yeah, that sounds about right. Like, sounds like the appropriate length and what have you, so... But yeah. Yeah, I think I've explained myself well enough about the whole, you know, what I'm doing in the, like, during the time I'm gone in June. I'll tell you what, though, like, when it comes to, you know, getting back into streaming in July, I think the reason why it will take, like, a little longer than, like, you know, going back to at June, like, July 1st or something like that is so then that way... it's very tempting to, like, just redo the stream and what have you. Like, you know, move on from, you know, the chat window I have on the right here. Is it on the right? Yeah, it's on the right here. For me, it looks like it's on the left, but I think for you, chat, it's on the right. The little banner ticker thingy-majiggy at the top. You know, where my zebra is. Maybe, like, talk to Wolk of being like, hey, can you, like... I was talking to Z, and he mentioned that if I wanted to do, like, some Vignon stuff, that the bones would have to change. There's a number of changes that I'm hoping I can get you to do for my zebra and what have you, so... But, you know, knowing Will could probably be like, oh, you can probably do those changes, and it's like... Yeah, I want to, like, not be on the internet / like, you know, stuck on my computer for a month. I want to try and, like, you know... change my habits and what have you. I want to try and make it so that I can do some, you know, things to make me feel better, like, physically speaking. No longer sitting at, like, 141... I weighed myself this morning. So, yesterday evening, I was, like, 144 kilos. I was fucking heavy. I'm still heavy as fuck, don't get me wrong, but now I'm, like, 100... This morning, I was 141 kilos, so... Good to know that going to sleep and not eating for several hours will have you, you know, lose weight and what have you. Give me a minute. I am going to go and get I am going to get the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV up and running, because if I can actually, you know, play with Code the Yoshi tomorrow night in Baldur's Gate 3, then I will just make tomorrow night, instead of Final Fantasy, I'll make that Baldur's Gate 3, and then I'll make tonight Final Fantasy 14. I've got so much of Final Fantasy 14 I need to do, and it makes sense because I'm like, what, 50 missions away from the ends? 50 missions or less? I've got the role quests I need to do. There's a number of things. Like, who knows how long it will take me to do shit all. Excuse me. I wish I could not be on a computer for a month. This past week has been rough. Just sleep and work. That's it. Yeah, because here's the thing. Is, like, my work... Like, I won't be, like, you know, properly off the whatsamahoozy. I won't be properly off the PC the entire month because, you know, like... Because I'm gonna be real. I'm not gonna take time off work. If I wasn't because here's the thing, is, like, if I take out my job... Like, what the fuck else am I doing? And that's the thing that I want to fix, is that if I'm not streaming, I'm working. But that's about it. And, you know, the last thing I want to do is take, like, a week or two off with no plan in place for, oh, how am I going to occupy my time now that I have, like, 36 hours of nothing planned? I don't have anything planned for when it gets to, like, you know, if I suddenly have 36 hours in the week that is not working and is not and it can't be streaming because, you know, I wanna... Dink. And you know what? Let's go Ravana. We're gonna be heading to Ravana because that will be a little more appropriate. So, but yeah, so... I want to put my time into June. Maybe I'll put time off in, like, the last week of June or the first week in July. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll take time off then, because at that point maybe I'll have, like, a completely different idea. Like, you know, would have gotten my habit and my discipline there of, you know, I need to do extra working out or, you know, exercise and what have you. And from there, excuse me, brain. From there, when I take the time off work and it's July or something like that, maybe then it could be towards, you know, getting my stream, you know, all set up again, and I can do that thing that VTubers do where there's, like, a full-on, like, there's a video and it's like it's almost like a fucking Super Smash Bros, like, a new challenger approaches. But, you know, I'm gonna be real with you, I'm probably not gonna have anything like that because, you know, what the fuck is gonna change to my zebra? Probably fucking nothing. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I feel like the only change I'd want to do is maybe, like, change his body type. So rather than have it as, like, you know, this, you know, giant himbo-y, like, this here, here, nope, this here, nope, this here, yeah. Rather than having it like this one here, like this really, you know, Dorito-shaped top-heavy thing, maybe I'll go for something like, not Legoshi. What's his name? Dungeon Meshi. What was his name? The main characters of Dungeon Meshi. Laios. Maybe I'll have something like... Because I don't know how... Because here's the thing. Laios, I absolutely love the character. But, Brain. Like, Laios is... He's built... little autistically coded. I like that about him. You know, it took me a while to realize he would be a little bit autistic. But yeah, I have to reload this thing, otherwise I don't know what he's saying. Why is everything broken? What the fuck? Why is everything broke? Alright, alright, I need to stop the music in the background, I need to move on over to the... Did I update my, thingy-majiggy? Hang on, dink, donk. Hopefully I did. Alright, cool, that thingy-majiggy is... one of those thingy-majiggies is done. Bam! There we go. I cannot... Alright, there we go. Sounds like a great plan, and even if your model hasn't changed, you as an individual have changed, and it would be great to see you again. Thank you, Sage. I thank you for the vote of confidence in telling me that I am most likely going to have changed after the month of June. I don't know how successful it will be, but we'll see how it is. God, it would be amazing if I could, like, lose a good amount of weight, but probably not gonna happen. An unspecified task awaits you. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heaps of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Cocold wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Cocold's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of aether being fueled to his furnaces. The flow of fire aspect aether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safety, but I can explain the— Hi, Quaggles! What do we need to do to get you to play DCS with Ripper 253? Why? I'm no longer housemates with you. I don't have a flight stick. I have a keyboard, I have a mouse, and maybe an Xbox controller. And I am an idiot and holding the Xbox controller in front of this camera, despite the fact it's not that kind of camera. Hi, Quaggles. How's it going? Because it would be funny. I can give you a flight stick. Oh, yeah. I got my thingamadiggies planned out, Quaggles, for the remainder of the month. Hang on a second. Let me get the image. Let me get the image. It is somewhere around here. Bing bong. Hadong. Where are you? Behold. Nope. Hang on. Wrong one. Wrong one. Behold, the stream scheduler. This is what I'm going to be doing for, like, the rest of the... Okay, first and foremost, I know it's the 23rd today, and that we said it was going to be Baldur's Gate 3, but swap that around. 23rd is Final Fantasy right now, and then BG3 will be Friday night, so hopefully that will work. You notice a distinct lack of shooter/war thunder. Well, you know what, Quaggles? How about when I get off my break and... God damn it, little Incineroar, not in front of my housemate. Ex-housemate. How about once I'm back into streaming in July and you feel so compelled, I want to see, like, get here, like, maybe once or twice and then be like, oh, Grant, why don't you play some more shooters? Why don't you play the critically acclaimed... Is War Thunder critically acclaimed? Oh, X Defiant. That's a free-to-play shooter game that isn't just COD. Oh, also, I refuse to play Activision Blizzard games. It's critically addicted. Critically addicted. Good to know. Wait, hold on. What's up with the chat window? Is it... Ooh. Do you see that, chat? Do you see that? Ooh, interesting. Hang on. Dink, dunk, bonk. Alright, and then... Filters. This is the chat zoom. So we'll... Get transformation. Close. Alright, cool. There isn't like a sliver of what's-mahoozies there now. You refuse to play Activision Blizzard games, not out of principle, but because they are all bad. I do it for a mixture of the two. I do it because some of them are not that... But, like, I will be real with you. Like, if X Defiance does, like, a Shipment Shoot House playlist, you and I are going to be stuck in that for, like, you know, at least 3 hours. You're going to get pissy with me because you're just going to be like, God damn it, I kill him, and 3 minutes later, he shoots me in the back. Meanwhile, I'm just there with my KD of 0.5, just being like, chick, chick, boom, chick, chick, hang on. And then die. Next thing you know, I'm dying 2 more times before I'm back in the game, and I go... But yeah, if there's ever a shoot the shit playlist in another video game, we're probably gonna do that. Okay, Jarive, once more. But yeah. Maybe July. We'll play something in July. Shipment is for TikTok attention spans. Correction! Shipment is for... I have a joke. Just give me a minute. I can think of a counter. Shipment is for the, too long, didn't read enjoyers, is what it is. It's for the TLDRs. Alright, let me just get this out of the way. Alright, boom. Wait, hang on, let me try that again. There we go. We're playing the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV. Hey, Quaggles. Did you know that the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV, comes with a free trial, allowing you to play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn, and the award-winning Heavensward expansion, and the award-winning Stormblood expansion, up to level 70, with no restrictions on playtime? You want to join? This would probably be way more convincing if I wasn't, like, topless right now. Or if I was, like, a chick with boobs. You haven't played MMO since RuneScape 07? Nah, you must have played an MMO sooner than that. RuneScape hasn't ended yet. You can still play old school RuneScape. You must have played an MMO earlier than 2007. God damn. Don't know, it's pretty convincing to me. Bunk. Alright, so we did that. This is where we part then. We'll see you in Arlean Hamlet once the Adamantite arise, if not before. Some of these words... This way, then. Some of these words, Quaggles, you're gonna hate them. Like, they use, like, some... There's, like, the Telophoroi and all these other kinds of weird names and everything. Also, yes, I'm a bunny boy. I just can't be normal in a video game that allows you to pick like different kinds of races. No! Stop stealing my shirt! Were they out of zebras? There are no horses in this game. You want to know what a horse looks like in this game? Hang on a second. Actually, there is a horse in this game, but you can't play as them. Look. I'm actually very lucky that of all the mounts that I could have grabbed, like, these are all the different mounts I could have grabbed, it got me the horse. It got me the purple horse that's, like, lightning affiliated. Like, I could have easily have, like, ended up with a griffin. Or, as is, you know, the pinnacle of Final Fantasy, the chocobo. Let me show you a black one. There you go. There's a chocobo. Or the fat chocobo. Listen to the music. This is the fat chocobo. This is how you're moving them. You have a fucking piece of cabbage hanging from a fishing line, and this is how you get them to move. You like the fat one? Nice. Oh, but what about Magitech armor? Look at this thing. This is the gilded one. This is the gold-plated one. And you get to do shit like this. This doesn't actually do anything. Lame, it's trying to be. Okay. You know what? All right. Let me pick my favorite. All right? This is my favorite. Look at him! Look at him! It's a Shiba! It's a Shiba Inu! It's a giant Shiba Inu! Like, look at this. And you can make him bark. Look. Ah! its snout should be a little longer, though. Like, what's wrong with this snout? He's fine. Also, like, look at this. He's just... Oh, and then you can do, So yeah, so if you're clever, you can do this. Damn. You could, like, somehow drift. Any whoosies. But yeah, that's not the wildest one you can get. As always... Caw in my fantasy game? This is a crossover special with Final Fantasy 15. Hence why it looks like the car from Final Fantasy 15 with, like, a few extra thingy-majiggies. Like, look at this. And it can fly as well. I can't fly here, however. I don't yet have all the thingy-majiggies I need to, Yeah, I need to do, like, one more mission, and then I can start flying around here. It looks like the car you get by cheating in Age of Empires. It almost does. I know the one you're talking about. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire aether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water-aspected aether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself. Trust me. Please Chernobyl this Final Fantasy. Oh! You want to see a Chernobyl? Hang on a second. Can I ask that you put down any that draw too near? They'll oppose you. Alright, okay, so Grahatia is gonna do the thingy-majiggy. Let me show you. There's, like, potentially 2 places that are like a... I'll show you some places. Once I'm done with this mission, I'll show you some places. Actually, can I show you? Nah, I don't wanna have to, like, it's gonna cost me a bit to, like, get to, because there is a Chernobyl-like place. And plus, I can show you this thing. You probably have no idea what's going on right here, do you? This is called a gun blade. There are 2 parts to the gun blade. The blade and the gun. Oh. Not the nuclear fission. And just, there we go. I don't know if you know, chat, but I'm trying really hard to keep Quaggles here. The longer I can distract him from Ripper, the better. Oh, Ripper's on break right now, so there's no F-18 action going off with Quaggles able to just start giving, like, Top Gun Maverick quotes and shit. I am just gonna stay in the piss juice right now and let the attack do what it thinks it's trying to do. There we go. After this mission, I'll explain the I'll try and show you a Chernobyl place. Did everything go smoothly out here? Mm-hmm. I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water aether appears to be venting properly. I expect Kokol will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you, and only you, have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alag, of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Alasian's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Alag's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon. Yep, I remember Amon. He was the dude. He was the dude with the cool pirate-looking hat and such. Someone will get an image of Amon out. Did he remember his life as Hermes? I believe he had his own reasons. There is no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Asians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak, a natural disposition towards which they are inclined? We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of the lag that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Zonde. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Zonde's return, Amon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Zonde been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to an end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope in the stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Thank you for the hyper-himbo there, Pox. Their motives are of no moment, and yet... God damn you. To reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting. That much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Kokol is getting on? Excuse me. Alright, so I need to hand in this quest. And then I need to go and show Quaggles Chernobyl. Hopefully Quaggles is still in the chat. Look at me bunny hopping. You're eagerly awaiting, seeing the horrors this world has to offer. You know, Quaggles, if you... I reckon if you did, like, bother to go through this thing with, like, a posse, you know, me and a few other peeps, I reckon you would see some of the horrors that you're looking for, and you might actually enjoy it along the way. For instance, that is a fully grown Lalafell. That is a fucking full-grown baby with a mustache. They're called a Lalafell. Apparently these peeps can last for, like, hundreds of years or some shit. But it looks like a fucking child, doesn't he? He looks like a child. Sick bastard. Phew! I can feel those flames ablazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha, but there's not much left for you lot to do, lest you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. Alright, I'll leave him there. Alright, now I need to... Dunk, dunk. Can I... Yep, cool. Get out of first-person view. Nope, this is... That's Novaron. That's not the same thing. Alright, we're gonna head over to Tertium. You want a full-on beard and a huge afro. Same. Same. I want those things. God damn it. Blue called me a fucking clown. We were talking about, like, oh, what would it be like if I had, like, an afro hairdo? And Blue was, like, one of the few peeps in the chat, like, or the few peeps in the voice chat who's seen me IRL. And they were like, you know, if Grant had an afro, all I would be thinking of is that he's a clown. Oh, hey, a Maelstrom delegate. Wait, why? Oh, cool. We can get, like, cool thingamadiggies. Alrighty. Your reward. Behold! Welcome to Garlemald. This place is shit. One day I hope to grow out my hair really long and grow a beard like a Viking since I have red hair. That would be cool. Right now I'm shaving. Circus music. God damn you. But yeah. Behold, this was like the edge of a capital city. This is like a park. Have you told chat about the beard competition? The what competition? I don't know what you're talking about. I have honestly forgotten what the fuck you're talking about. There we go. Alright, hang on. I just need to look out. It was in this square that Emperor Solus inspected his troops before embarking upon his second campaign into the Far East. The Imperial legions were ultimately successful in their subjugation of the Kingdom of Dalmasca, and officials celebrated the grand victory by transforming the parade grounds into a commemorative public park. 50,000 people killed in a blink of an eye. When this is over, it's just like, when this is over, there will never be there will never be enough patriots, or whatever the fucking line is. You know what Shepherd is. God damn it. I am picking up exactly what you're putting down. Like, look at this place. You got, like, these weird fucking monstrosities. Look at this fucking grotesque piece of shit. Look at it with his cancerous eyes. Oh wait, no, 50,000 people used to play here. Now it's a ghost town. God damn it, that's Call of Duty Modern Warfare. That's called 4 Modern Warfare. That was during the whatsamahoozy thing. The thingy with the gun and the ghillie suit. And then they shot him, and then they did some retconning by saying that Makarov was in the was there, and so was Pietrov, whatsamahoozies. This is what happened to Call of Duty after the barb stopped fanning over the what? The barb stopped fanning over Nikki in the game? Sage, the fuck you going on about? Also, like, oh, Nicki Minaj. Alright. Yep, okay, so this is the town's edge. Oh, look at this place. Look at this moat. You've just gained radiation sickness. But yeah, look at this. Look at this place. It's a fucking tragedy. This all started because of a civil war, by the by, Quaggles. So to explain to you what happened here, a dude named Xenos, he died back in Doma. He killed himself because we after a best of 3, we beat him on the 3rd match after he combined himself with a dragon. From there, he then also, can I land here? Yes, I can. Cool. Alrighty, so alright, so a dude named Xenos, who's like the crown prince, he died, and then an Asian, I forgot the name of the Asian. I don't think it was Elidibus, but they went and took over Xenos' body. Xenos, because he had the Echo or some shit, was like a pseudo, like he was able to have his soul transferred into another, like, Gridanian, sorry, not Gridanian, Garlemald fella. So he went back into the, like, the city and what have you. So back into there, and he got his body back, and then he killed his father. I can see the graphite on the roof. There's nothing wrong. It's totally fine. Totally fine. You got nothing to worry about. So yeah, so Xenos, the crown prince of the Garlemald Empire and what have you, killed his father. The death was pinned on a disgraced general who failed to invade Eorzea, so we're native to Eorzea. And so, with the help of an Asian by the name of Fandaniel, because the thing is, Xenos doesn't actually care about the Empire. He just cares about having a really good match. It is joked, but I think it's very serious. But I'm pretty sure Xenos is like combat sexual or what have you. And this fucking twink here beat him. And so he's like, oh, it was a wonderful match. And I've learned the, like, errors of, like, you know, my ways when I was in another person's body. I have perfected my techniques and what have you. I want to have another battle with you. With me. And we shall do it by using the end of the world. And so what ends up happening is it then creates this fucking, like, crazy-looking tower. And a lot of those, like, pop up around Eorzea and all that kind of shit. And the idea is that they were going to summon a god named Zodiark, who was, like, the thing that they had at the beginning before we had all our shit fragmented. A lot of the Garlemonds did not understand why he was doing all this kind of shit, and they were kind of in the throes of, like, oh no, our emperor is dead, and they were like, Xenos is crazy, but he's the crown prince, it should be this guy instead, and so, yeah, as you see before you, there was a bit of a civil war. Also, I think I can spot, like, a little point where the rest of the map has not, like, loaded in an asset. Like, they have not, like, continued this ramp. So, there's, like, this little segment they're like, fuck it. Yeah, see, I was like, yeah. Temu's Sauron? Well, no, it's a lot scarier than Sauron's, because as you can see, there's 3 of them. So, yeah. But yeah, and so we did that, and then we ended up on the moon. I freaked out for a little bit because they were giving us, like, no real explanation for why, you know, we were able to be on the moon without a spacesuit. It had the exact same gravity as we had here on, They call this place Elidibus. I think it's called Elidibus. They call Earth Elidibus in this case. But yeah, apparently we had no problem, like, you know, just standing on the moon, breathing air and shit. And so blah, 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 blah. And so we went to the moon, we stopped God, we killed God, and unfortunately, because we killed God, the laws of physics are slowly unraveling, and because of that, there is now a depressed bird lady from, like, the edge of the universe with the collective consciousness of, like, several failed empires and all this other kind of shit from across the stars. And she has the idea of like, you know, oh, humanity is destined for failure. There is nothing but, you know, apathy and avarice. There is no grand design. There is no purpose. Why don't we just kill humanity to get it over with and shit? And so using, like, the emotional, like, powers or something like that, she's, like, because we no longer have Zodiark, who was doing, like, this protective thing for the Earth and what have you, instead, we now have people who, when they become depressed, like, proper depressed, they turn into these, like, hang on a second, let me see if I can find one. It should be somewhere around here. Not that death machine. Dun, dun. Not the autonomous stuff. I am not 100% certain. And probably no. Okay. But yeah, so if you're, like, depressed or some shit, you then get infected with this energy because you're weak and what have you. And what ends up happening is you turn into, like, this monster or something or other. And because that's happened, there's no, like, you no longer exist. So even if you kill the monster, you don't come back and everything like that. So, moral of the story is, don't think too hard about the fact that there is no purpose to humanity, and don't get depressed. Way to hit someone while they're down. Yep. So yeah. Alright. Back to this place. Let me just use this. I'll use a ticket. Fuck it. I've been going back and forth. There are no engineers in this game, then. There's probably something to this, okay? Don't run your head low. Okay, let's just do a random mount and see what we get. The mana cutter. Oh my god, I forgot how slow this is. Can I use you for a second? I need to get to Kokol's Forge. Apora, the Archon. That's probably not gonna get me to where I need to go. God damn it, never mind. Alright, time to use the cheaty mount, which is this motorcycle. Because apparently this motorcycle, even if I haven't, like, clocked this area about, it will give me the traversal speed as if I did. Also, there's flying pigs. Don't question that. Dun, dun, dun. So yeah, makes sense, Quaggles? Sounds like the fall of the USSR. These vehicle controls look like they'll try to mod vehicles into Bethesda games. Well, yeah, like... Right, so, for instance, this is like camera-based controls, so dependent on my camera, moving right is moving right, moving left is moving left, moving down is moving down. But there's a different kind of... Hang on a second. There's a different set of controls for the character called, Let me just kill this guy, and then I'll show you the controls. Because don't forget, Quaggles, this is an MMO. They're trying to, you know, make it so that while I'm moving around and shit, they're more reliant on, you know, being able to properly position where I am, rather than, like, a proper rotation. But yeah, character configuration. So, standard. So if let me go back into the motorcycle again. Alright, so that's me, like, adjusting camera. Alright. So that's me, like, rotating, like, the camera left and right. Because it's, you know, it's character-based. And then if I go right, and then if I go down, it's reversing. That's so much worse. Just pivot on the spot. Oh, I can just pivot on the spot like this. Yeah. The thing is, though, is that if I do this, other players do not see me do this. It's only once I, like, decide to drive forward. So, for example, if I do this, camera just, like, you know, whips. And then this is me, like, just going, like, you know, the rotation left, rotation right. There we go. Makes sense? That probably looks terrible, doesn't it? How many quests are in this game that aren't kill X people, find X bones? Amazingly enough, there is a few which is, follow this person and don't get spotted by them. Or escort this person, or do this emote to someone, or talk into the void, or stare into the void and don't blink. There's a few things you can be doing. So yeah, let's see. Hey, this one will give me the Aether Current so I can, like, fly around here and what have you. Oh, I don't trust you to deliver on your promise. I do trust you to deliver on your promise. I do. Only... I hate waiting! I want that adamantite! I want it now! We, share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish. This shitting about's unbearable. Pity the forum frowns on recreational explosions. Well, so long as they don't prove it was premeditated. Get you gone, I've mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. I'll join you in Charlie and Hamlet anon. Oh, cool. Let me just teleport over there. Someone took Grant's shirt? Yes, Little Incineroar. Pretty impatient for someone who is supposedly hundreds of years. Look, I don't know, like, you're gonna need me to, you want me to fact check on Lalafels? You want me to fact check on the fucking, potato people race? The little people? The legal lolly race? Nah, not gonna bother. They could live for 100 years, they could live for 10 years. I don't fucking know. And now I'm in a pond. But yeah, there's quests like these where I just wait for people. Look at that, just waiting. Just wait till you see the Rabbit Moon people. He hasn't seen the Rabbit Moon people yet. Besides, the rabbit people are cool. They're cute. Like,
All
there's
set, I take it.
there's me. There's Cat Girl, Yashtola. She's blind, but she has that magical thing of like, oh, I can sense the aether. So she's not really blind, because now that she's using aether as her sense of like sight and what have you, she's now like way more attuned to shit. You're really selling this. Anti. Also, Estinian. This man here is Estinian. He is the Azure Dragoon. He is a fucking idiot.
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
So yeah. Vieira. Also, them two are twins.
That's enough, don't you
the
think?
girl in the red
If there
jacket
was
and the
anything
boy
more
in the
important
blue
still undone, that would
robe.
be a problem in itself.
And they used to, like, I'm gonna be real with you, Quaggles. Alphino is a bitch. But he's alright now. He's not too big of a problem. Alize is just, you know, she just a little try-hard. Because, you know, she's a twin to Alphino that's over on the left there that you can't see. You'll probably see him shortly.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure.
And this is
All that
Grahatia,
remains
the,
is to load the final batch of supplies and see
the
everyone
genetic
home.
clone
Once
of, like,
we're
someone from the
ready to
back in the
leave the
3rd
base.
Calamity, and we're currently at the 8th.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
That's the E-boy. And, that there is Uriange, the Shakespearean astrologist.
Our consultations with the Loperites, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have for the most part been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryle. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
This is Alphino, by the by.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Wait, when you're saying I'm really selling this, you are being sarcastic, right? Like, you're not actually being, like, you know, genuine or anything like that. You're just being sarcastic. Oh, also, this is...
the intrusion, Master Fortuner.
Yeah.
I bring urgent news.
Master Foshino is the
Great commotion
twins'
has broken
father.
out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested, with all speed.
Oh my goodness, what could go wrong? So long as there isn't, like, you know, sheer panic, there should be okay.
Now, where might this delivery be?
You sent that when you were watching the waiting bar. Cool.
Oh.
Oh my goodness. Oh my damn. Oh my goodness. So much shit has been brought over here. Oh my god, they even...
I'm sure
Yep.
it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
Yeah,
By
shut...
the 12.
So, she's the
Surely
immigration officer.
These can't
Fuck
all
her.
be.
Oh, hey, I know. That's from Dunscape. I recognize those.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
Oh, yeah, he's British. Is everyone in this game British? There are some French people. But yeah, a lot of them are probably British. Yeah, a lot of them are probably British, especially since we're in Charlian, which is, you know, like old.
and more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Wait, I think everyone might
Sounds like
actually
the
be
sorry
British. Never
whinger of
mind.
a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalaman shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Okay, yeah, they're all British.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
And there's Hancock.
Hancock? And Soroban?
Soroban is the Ninja Turtle.
We come bearing relics both sacred and Allagan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
The Eastern Alliance, just imagine, is like a mixture of Japan and China.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements.
Is that British? Like, this is a serious question. Is that British? I don't understand accents very well, Quaggles. You should know this.
Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this noble cause.
Nice.
Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onakoru, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies.
Hang on. Soroban, English VA. Who did the voice of Soroban? Not... What? Welsh rugby player? What the fuck? Hang on. Baldur's Gate 3 as Admiral Pearl as Bosch and Pleat. Endwalker as Soroban. Where... Do they really not bother to just, you know, give us a face? It's a VA, and they most likely are British. Yeah, Warhammer. Okay, so they didn't do anything for Star Wars. They've just done like Final Fantasy and some British things. Okay, moving on.
I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally or die trying.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time.
Yep. I don't think that's the Void Ark, but that is definitely with the Sky Pirates.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenard Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability.
they made money somehow in other ways. Also, Lolorito is also one of those, like, lolly kind of races.
Venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture? When?
Since when did we have money for this?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending. When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Oh my god, it's it's the Health and Oath twin. It's his mom. Lol.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full.
So she just was funding her son's, like, you know, saving the world effort. The Sharlians, the place that we're in right now, they are very Swiss. They do not take part in the whole Eorzea, Garlemald nonsense and what have you. And even when there was, like, you know, threats of the end of the world, they were just sort of like, yes, you know, oh, we would rather not help you because we are a neutral party. So we're going to continue going on to, we're going to continue on with our project, our secret project, codenamed ARC, that, you know, is totally secret and you should know nothing about it. If you know anything about it, you tell it to no one because you don't know anything about it. But in case you do, you know nothing about it. And ta-ta.
We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And 'twould be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
This is essentially how cutscenes go, by the by. This,
However,
it isn't going to be like
so much in
cinematics.
so short a time, though. We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Hey.
Erenville, you were involved too.
I was wondering
I
what happened
received
to
a
him.
letter from Cryle after we parted ways in Labyrinthos.
Okay, what accents is that?
She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlian. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters, though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guildship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
All sorts of people here.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon?
Oh yeah, we're flying to the moon.
And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon. See it. You brought the team.
Look, I'm gonna be real with you, Quaggles. This released like 2-3 years ago. This is like the MMO's, like, you know, Infinity War moment. Everyone was getting their Infinity
As
War
you
off
not
like 2
suspect,
years
We've
ago.
also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud Shard.
So there's like so many of these like, oh, you recognize this guy? Oh, you recognize this place?
Scions remain at the Rising Stones now.
Oh, I recognize this.
That's an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. How the Gobbyflock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness.
So they're making like references to
the clash between their machina and the elegant defences was a sight to
Hi Ripper, welcome to the stream.
Even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the gobby booms.
Welcome everyone, welcome to my stream. My name is Grant, I'm a variety himbo streamer. We would have been doing D&D night tonight, but unfortunately, some real life priorities took over and what have you. Oh my goodness. Holtmoo, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Fighter Jocks reporting in. Oh joy. Oh joy, you're done with DCS. Hopefully you had a wonderful time. Dest! Why weren't you following me sooner? I recognize this name. Yeah, you got things to answer for. You got things to answer for. How dare. You actually not, but I have to cook dinner. You'll probably play again at 1 in the morning. Well, no, my ex-housemate Quaggles will most likely be awake then as well. And I directed them your way, and they were just sort of like, oh, I get to play, I was able to play it before the release date. And it's just like, but yeah, apparently you did some air-to-air refueling. So how did that go? Did you succeed on the air-to-air refueling? You're in a food coma from your dinner. 3 burritos were too much today. I feel like 2's the limit. I feel like 2 burritos is the general limit you want to follow. Also, I need to close a tab. Where's my tabs? There's my tabs. Close that one. Keep those ones open. Look, I didn't eat the 3 burritos. Dest ate the burritos. Blame her. Blame them. But yeah, so instead of playing Baldur's Gate 3, we're playing an entirely different RPG. A critically acclaimed MMORPG.
I fail to see how
Final Fantasy XIV.
Does Razat-Han not have more pressing concerns?
No one died. Does that count as a success? Did you refuel?
Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you.
You got the delicious oil from the tanker, so yes. Cool.
Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent.
Cool.
Ashdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Chrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion.
Nice.
My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well."
Wait, so we're gonna have dragons
Thus
flying
have I
in
brought
space
you
as
his
well?
own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
Oh, okay. So, just that. Gonna deal with dinner? Not to worry. you're
You'd be
totally
hard-pressed to
understandable.
find
You have a
someone
good
else so
dinner.
familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
And yes, Quaggles. We were in, like, basically the Indian sort of segment of this game.
This is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent.
14! Final Fantasy 14! He used the number.
How far we could go! What we could do with that much power! What we could blow up!
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Hopefully they do agree. Would be very rude if he didn't. He'd be backing on his word. Well, technically he's an engineer trying to shoot a rocket to the moon.
Yes, Father?
Without it blowing up. That's the important bit. There's going to be cargo in this ship.
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it.
Oh yeah,
the lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
Yes.
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Oh yeah, Alphinaud's like 16 or something when this game started. So, I don't know if this game does the thing of like, oh, an expansion's like basically a year. So, for all we know, he might be 19 now, but I think
I will bear it with you.
Who knows?
I beg you, share your struggles with me. As family.
Well, that's bullshit. You disowned them. You removed the Levi-Lu name from them. It's like... This is a weird stance to have now,
You
Dad.
grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst.
This seems to be a
was
kind of
love
personal family moment to have in
happiness
front of
beyond
20 random people. Not only that, it's 20 random people of, like, high political power as well.
Something close to rage.
Like, you're dealing with, like, a leader of the Sky Pirates. You're dealing with, like one of the, like, decorated, like, knights from Ishgard. You're dealing with, like, the greatest Garlemald engineer that is, like, you know, ran away from Garlemald. Like...
The great exodus would succeed. Must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older.
Louisoix's policy was, oh hey, we should help people with our great intelligence and resources rather than hoarding it.
A brilliant means to save my children. Naive.
Hi there, Sume Wolf.
But stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to
I'm doing good. I'm getting through more of the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV. How are you?
That was his doing. When he perished at Cartano. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail,
I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown
Hi there, Velk.
so much stronger and so much wiser.
Accept the disowning. That was to protect them. This is why I'm like, wow, Dad.
Right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good.
I can just imagine.
Because
Hang on a
there are
second.
things we care about.
It cannot have been
Hang on.
an easy journey for you to have come so far.
I can just imagine now that he's like, oh yeah, you can walk your own path. Alphino and Alize will be like, so does this mean we get to be part of the Levelu family again? And then the father, this deadbeat, is just gonna be like, oh no, you walk your own path now. Like, to have me give you back your family name and all the fortunes and privilege that comes along with it would greatly undo this entire pathing you did. Despite the fact that he only did that, like, 2 or so months ago.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels.
This reminds me of the Rise of Skywalker. We protect
Ours is
Rey
not
by
a kind
selling
word,
her to a junk dealer.
But it is beautiful.
Oh no, this is... Like, you were not here for this, but basically, these two kids, surrounded by political leaders, and we're on the side of the political leaders in Eorzea, we're like, hey, as a representative of Sharlayan, you should, like, can you at least explain to us why the Sharlayans, after all this time, are, like, you know, not helping us? Like, we're talking about the end of days and, like, a possible calamity, you know, the biblical end times, and there is evidence to support that someone's trying to do all this. Shouldn't you help us? And then next thing you know, this deadbeat dad is just sort of like, no, I will not explain anything. Also, children, you have been disowned. Like, he did not need to do that. He did not need to disown his 2 twins in, like, kids. His, like, Alize and Alphino. He did not need to do that in front of world leaders. That is some that is some Miyazaki level of disrespect to your kids. Just sort of being like, those aren't my kids anymore.
Oh no.
And that's their mom.
Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures.
So yeah, Mom has always been helping them.
Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to.
Amelians.
But yeah, right now he's like the head of the whole Exodus project as well.
Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger.
Technically, yes, but the person responsible, Miyazaki, yeah, so...
In particular.
Not so, the Miyazaki from Studio Ghibli, Hayato Miyazaki. So, one of the things that he did is he went and saw his son's first, like, animation or something like that. And they had, like, a film crew or something like that. Before the film has even ended, Miyazaki, in front of the cameras, gets up from the stands, he leaves the cinema, he goes and, like, lights a cigarette and is just like, my son has ruined cinema. Like, he's just took a fucking drag of his cigarette and was just like, my son has failed me. And it's just like, Jesus. Hang on, let me get what the, Miyazaki. Hayao Miyazaki. Son. film response. Hang on, like... It's just... Okay. It's just like... No, not from Self Miyazaki, no. Hayao Miyazaki. It's just so, like, fucking, like... He just fucking lights a cigarette and he's just like, my son is not ready. He is not a man yet. Miyazaki is never satisfied with anything. He holds the work and aspirations of his film into an extremely... Yeah, but... Miyazaki! He's your son! He's your son! Like, sure, you might have to, like, grit your teeth a little bit. I'm not asking you to, like, you know, sing his high praises and shit. I'm not asking you to be like, oh, he will be one day greater than me. No, like, I'm just asking you to, like, just, you know, good job. Good job, son. You made a film. Like, you know, not, he's not a man yet. Don't be saying some, you know, emasculating shit like that. Oh my god. Every piece of dialogue has a gap between them, which is slightly too long, like a sitcom without a laugh track.
I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Yes, greatly so.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You have no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
Our moment of triumph is close at hand! Yeah, they don't give us a voice line. We just have to, like, pretend what our Warrior of Light sounds like.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
You can see the lack of wanting to hand it over and retire with the themes of the boy and the heron. Yep. We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued to us an invitation. As was agreed, he will reveal the means by which Heidelin may be contacted. We are to meet him at Aphroia when we are ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the forum's method for speaking with her is not without risks. I am curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived with the adamantite have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks that need doing. The forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Tataru. We're off to Aporia then. Alright, Bonds of Adamantite, Apothoria. Just teleport here and there to places we've already been. But yeah. Personal. Grant, I have already shown the others inside. You will speak with Claire Lane, and she has the key to the lift and can send you down after me. Good night, y'all. Time to sleep. Not to worry, Sky. Thank you so much for joining in tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful evening and sleep well. You're with Master Fortuno, yes? Let's step inside the lift here. From here, we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos and its most closely guarded secret, Thalmazin. It marks the beginning and end of our efforts, whence we delve to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. Oh yeah, if you're wondering where we are, Quaggles, we're in a dome. We're in like this giant fucking underground dome. Hence why it's like a false thingy-majiggy and what have you. Oh, and they just give us like the entire fucking central circuit now. Jump. 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 There we go. Dun, 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 dun. Behold! That is an awesome looking ship. It's like really streamlined. I bid you welcome to the Thalmasian. Direct your attention towards its center to behold the arc over which we have long labored. If I could have any superpowers, what would I want? Teleportation. Instant teleportation. I would like to be able to, like, almost like as if I'm just stepping through a fold of space, be from one place in this world to another place in this world, instantaneously. That's what I would like. If I want, like, you know, go home to work in, like, no time at all, rather than spending 40 minutes on the train, instantaneous. Visit my mom up in the Sunshine Coast, instantaneous. Travel to the United States and surprise Unnamed as I steal their, fursuit or whatever else nonsense from their home. Instantaneous. As you can see, 'twas designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics has been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The Aether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I have received word that Kokol has several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervor. What do you mean, why does it have a penis? What do you mean, why does it have a penis? There is no penis on a ship. The fuck you thinking? You're gonna need to... Okay, where are you? Get into the fucking VC. Where are you? You're gonna need to explain yourselves, Quaggles. Explain your fucking self. How else do you... Don't. No. I didn't need to read that, Velk. I didn't need to read... Hi there, Yun. Welcome to the stream. We've made it to, like, the Ark ship or what have you. Hello, Quaggles.
Look, it's right there. It's even on the screen right now. You can't deny that.
Wait, are you talking about, like, this weird spiked thing?
I mean, for some animals that's spiked, I can't, and I won't discriminate. I won't exclude it because of that fact. It could be like a duck, I don't know.
It could be like a duck. Why are you so knowledgeable about animal genitalia despite not being a furry?
Or is it knowledgeable at aircraft and what their genitalia would be? That's the question.
It's wait, so Yun says it's the ship's baculum? What the fuck
Baculum.
is baculum? The fuck is a baculum?
Oh yeah, that looks like it fits the bill.
A bone found. Oh.
I scrolled down the search results for that. Erectile dysfunction of the baculum. The bone. How do you have a dysfunctional bone?
Maybe maybe it's like dysfunctional. They were sure
Anyway.
to see it done. 'Twas by this. You just want to stick in here just to point out like.
No, I'll leave now. That's all I wanted to say.
That's all you wanted
I
to
have my
say
input.
was just to strongly word that this thing has a fucking baculum.
I just want to say that's a penis, like the GIF, and then leave.
Yeah.
Will now. Bye.
If only there was someone out there who had that as like a PNG, or not as a PNG, as a If only there was someone who had the GIF as an animated emote. So then that actually, it's probably in the Franzer or the better Twitch TVs if I think about it. Like there's a mod check. There's probably a there's probably someone out there who's done the whole like. That's a penis. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disasters was reverted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Heidelin ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Well, my chat is not prepared, I'm gonna be real with you. They're going through the middle of an advertisement right now. Cool. Fortuno is ready to lead you to Heidelin at last. We make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come. Oh, god damn you. God fucking damn you. You have to be on a different platform. Aha. Hello, Iraq. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, what we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in Thaumazean. Oh, what the fuck? No sooner did the Forum decide that an exodus from the star would be necessary than it began work on its facility. Our work culminated in a device that allows us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Heidelin's ever fainter echoes. The Idoscope. Hang on, how do I say that properly?
Aetioscope.
The Aetioscope. And you can communicate with her through this device. For a time, yes, but since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it has been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey deeper to the center of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the Aethoscope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor of your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Aetioscope's ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea, without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us. Through it, we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of aether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with the teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there is an incredibly increased possibility that we will extract you too early or too late. Oh my goodness, who will it possibly... Please, allow me. What? I thought it was gonna be Y'shtola. She can, like, see aether shit. Also, hi there, Machine King. Welcome to the stream. I have thought upon this much, and, in truth, I do not believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstripped my own. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the matter that Master Fortunat has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust me to do so? I can think of none I'd trust more. Compared to all that effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into the aether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured that I will be keeping a close eye on all of you. There is one more thing. Those in ages past refer to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet what of these memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time.
Sipping Time sponsored by Sage Tanya.
those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also to have faith. Remember those who did greatly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. The Aeoloscope. Wait, is that how I say it?
Aeoloscope.
The Aeoloscope. Alrighty, I'm inviting you to the party. You're gonna help me out. Dun, 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 dun. Hi there, Xerix. Awesome, you didn't miss this part. No, you didn't. Would you like to join in? We're over in Ravana. We've got like 2 seats available. Araka's just, you know, looking all cool, leaning up against the thingy-majiggy, and I'm me. I'm just doing my thing. You're currently trying to wake up. Fair enough, C's. I gotta climb. Sorry, I sent a message to Sashera in case she wanted to help out. Because I don't want to use like the NPC trust system. I want to get peoples. I want to get the people. Been helping Kiaru set up some stuff as well. Nice! Kiaru, you gonna get into streaming as well? It's bowling night? What do you mean it's bowling night? I didn't know it was bowling night. I'm sorry. Is Dano winning? Is Danny winning at bowling? Oh no, Sash doesn't do bowling. Sash's partner, Danny, does the bowling. I don't think Sash does the bowling herself. She's just a supportive partner that does the bowling, that just like brings them to bowling, I'm pretty sure. Oh my god, the fucking thing is level synced. Ah! The item level sync is at 550, and I'm at 542. Hopefully this is not... Also, Grant, for this one, I kind of wish you would go with the NPCs. No. I went with the NPCs last time, back in, fucking Elpis. I don't care if there's a specific reason why. Why do I want to play with NPCs? The Aetheran Empty. The Northern Empty. Alright, see.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me. Those things are pure malcontent, the residue of lives unfulfilled.
Here we go. Me, just worry that I'm going to be fucking up somehow. But now I'm sad because I'm gonna miss stuff. You won't miss everything. Like, just, you know, keep watching. You're not the one doing the bowling, right? It's Dano doing the bowling. There we go. Alright. Hopefully I'm going the right way. Yes, this looks like the right way. There we go. Have you tried listening to anything in a bowling alley, making a phone call? Okay, fair enough. It can be loud as fuck. But that's why there's subtitles during the cinematics. Besides, you seem to know exactly what I am saying. Either you can probably predict what I'm going to be thinking. Oh my god, Ilberd, what the shit? Sloppy fella? Subtitles at 360p, Grant. Glorious 360p. Okay, why is he so, like, fucking tanky? In a rush of familiar wisdom, the memories of a... Oh! Because that's the staff that Papa Limo had when he passed away to create the thingy-madiggy. It's so loud, I could hear quiet, distant circus music coming from a phone. Livia, the Undeterred. Alrighty. I have no clue who Livia is. Oh wait, no, I do know who Livia is. Livia was the whatsamahoozy back in Realm Reborn. Oh no, was that Lucia? Was it Livia or Lucia? It's that was in A Realm Reborn. You know, back in not the Praetorium, but the other main questline thingy-majiggy that we had to do. Oop. Ow. Wait, should I be worried about the Aether shots? Okay, cool. Okay, hopefully I targeted the right person then. I have no fucking clue what I'm doing. I have no clue what the mechanics are. Oh, I see how the... Okay, so I need to keep an eye on her tentacles. She'll She'll do something. Woo! Level 90, let's go. And Earrings of
Follow the
Fending.
flow of ether. It will guide you.
What? Oh, okay, so we go here. Okay.
The ether is too dense. I'm losing you.
Oh my good. Oh, it's because we're like in this abyssal plane. Alright, let me grab more. I reckon we're doing okay as far as... And then... a Valiant Archon takes form. Nice! Oh, we all received, like, thingy-majiggies. Hachafont! Hachafont! Okay, so it's going in that order. So we got Moonbritas, and then we got Hachafonts. There we go. Now they're inside the thingy-majiggies. Just to stay alive. There we go. Disease has no effect, thank Christ. Yay! Bracelets of Slaying. Agreed on that shit. Woo! As my life belongs to the Empire, in death I shall serve. Oh, is this the, yeah, this is the dude with, like, the two, like, hammer thingy-majiggies. I don't recognize the name, but I recognize the whole, you know, double thingy-majiggies. Oh shit, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Okay, what is that doing? Oh, what the f- Alright, hopefully I'm doing everything correctly. Lots of fun things in the Ethereal Sea. Yeah, and there's a lot of references I'm kind of understanding. So yeah, gun shields. That's... Thank you, Yun. Oh, and then we get here, which means the thingies. And then we need to keep an eye on the crystals to see which one of them is... Oh, fuck's sake. Alright, this one is getting absorbed quicker than the others. Nope. I'm guessing the reason he had the problem is because he went into a corner that would still have the whatsamacoozies, the bombardment going off. Woo! Lord Van Balsa! Again, I fail you! Slaying. And another slaying. God fucking damn it. Well, I'll get one of them at least. Whee! Oh my god, is this a fucking jumping puzzle? Nope, okay, cool. I was worried it was gonna be another I thought it was gonna be a jumping puzzle. I was gonna be like, are you fucking serious? Like Destiny 2? Like a jumping puzzle? Oh, hello. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. God damn you. There we go. Earring offending. Can I? Oh wait, no. I gotta pass on that one because we've already gotten that. Is there really nothing but like bracelets and earrings in this place? There we go. Just accessories in this dungeon. God damn it. I thought I'd get some cool shit in here, but instead it's just accessories. Minfilia! What the shit? You're here too? Oh, she just... Oh, okay. Never mind. Thought she'd be with us all the way. No, never mind. We just have all of her insecurities. And then sinking regret. Oh, Jesus Christ. There we go. Oh. Too far, too far, too far. Let me just move you a little bit back into the thing. There we go. There we go. Ring of Healing. Yeah, I'll agree on that one. Woo!
So bold, so headstrong, stubborn to the last.
Who?
But this is as far as you go.
Oh, it's Amon. Or Daniel Amon? The Sundered Soul Amon the Undying. Right, yo. Okay, so it is Amon. Can you imagine it, though, having a leap of faith mechanic in a dungeon? Oh, I could imagine.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far. You will persist in this folly no longer. The stage is set.
I don't know what some of these mechanics are doing. Oh, so that's on his left. Yep, I did not move fast enough. You gotta pay the troll toll if you want to get into Mon's hole. We gotta pay a Mon's toll if we want to get past as the sun's soul. How do we get rid of this problem? A bracing wings of where? Fucking where? Oh, it's Shiva! It's Lady Iceheart. Nice. Nice! That was awesome!
What a boorish audience you are!
I thought there was gonna be that high heel tap, the you know that echoing like clap you hear in the Yep, on the right, so yep, we're fine on this side. I don't know what that means. Alright, he's almost... Oh, God, fucking damn it! Alright, where is it going? Where is it pointing? Oh, God, fucking damn... oh, fuck. I did not time that very well. Are you fucking serious? Woo! Did it! Yes! That was perfectly timed, was it? Nice, thank you, Xerix.
Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies.
I understood every reference so far that has happened in this thing, except for Moonbreda. I'm gonna be real with you. Moonbreda I confused for Ardbert from Shadowbringers with his axe. I mistaked Moonbreda's axe for Ardbert's axe. So, but other than that, I've been getting all the references so far. I am going to give it to Khal Drogo over here. I'm gonna greed on that nonsense. I'm not in the Phantom Zone, but I get what you're talking about. We are in the Ethereal Sea. Oh my god, is it Amon? Is he back? Oh my god, he is back.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Just go back to the stars. Fuck's sake, Ascian.
Leave this to him.
To me's. Apparently I'll know the perfect.
The coup de grace.
You know, tempting as that would be, you were once Hermes.
Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
It's coup de grace. It's not coup de grace. Have you any memories of Metion?
How would you know that name?
I was there. Long ago. And then you made us all forget. Except for me and... Venat.
Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emmett Suck. The final pieces fall into place.
Yep. Hi there, Tabitha Fox.
In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories.
Okay, so how it went on the moon. We killed God. That was a bad idea. Physics was unraveling. The laws of nature were unraveling. People who were depressed turned into monsters. So then we went back in time to before the world was sundered to learn that this guy created an empathetic autistic child and sent all of her siblings to go out into the stars asking, hey, you're going to investigate all the humanity that is out there and ask them, what is our purpose? You know, without coming to think of, oh, maybe there's going to be people who are not going to answer it very nicely to these autistic children. In which case, they have all come to the conclusion of, humanity is shit, none of them deserve to live, so why the fuck are you guys trying to live anyway? Hermes, at the time, so, spoilers, Amon used to be Hermes back in the unsundered world, but, just answer to life and death. Yeah, just wanted it all gone. So, Hermes, depressed to that news, and very much annoyed that by the goings of things and such like that, of like, oh, we just kill things without souls as well if they do not serve a purpose, learning that, you know, there is no purpose out there, you know, gets into depresso mode and is like, oh, there couldn't be anything possibly better. If only and then he, like, for some reason resets the memories of those who are there before Metion, like, runs away to the edge of the universe to enact some sort of doomsday plan. I'm a bit lost on that one as well, but I'm just gonna come to the terms that Hermes was super depressed, and there was no fucking reason that he should have done that in the first place, and he and, you know, that was kind of a bad mood.
But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I
I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his
theatrics
soul.
are theatrical. That's it.
My soul.
He wanted to put life against the end, but as he said, he has to stand on the side of life to get his answer.
Death
Yep.
failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next.
And yes, Popcat, you are correct. Hermes is the messenger of the gods in the Greek lore and such. And like in the Unsundered world back on Elpis, Hermes was the guy responsible for like, you know, the whole like creating of any new life and all that kind of nonsense. And if it would survive in the new world and have a purpose and such, then it can continue on living.
I wonder, is Emet adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis?
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Telling us to remember.
It must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance.
More like a moderator to creative mode. He saw all kinds of things being created, terrible things being created that needed to be rightfully put down, but then he would also see the hubris of people being like, oh, this thing does not meet the purpose that I was trying to envision before, let's kill it, and then just snap their fingers and destroy it. So it was very much just a case of, you know, the worst possible things, and then the people just having no care for some of the most beautiful things.
But make no mistake, my life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end.
I don't know. I was there. You kind of were just not feeling it for anything, and you could not live with yourself, Elf, that there were people around you that could not see the same beauty you could.
I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death.
You're not wrong, but the point isn't the destination, but the journey itself.
So I ask you, why live at all?
'Cause we exist. Like,
we betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution!
yeah, no, I don't subscribe to that. I do not subscribe to that. That is someone that has only looked at the negatives in their life and has not come to terms with the fact that despite the evils of the world, they exist and they have done good things in their life. The struggles you talk about are not dictated only by the evils of the world.
That is my truth. My answer to the question. And yet...
You don't believe in it.
Even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Fandaniel, still clinging to existence, I see.
Who the fuck is that? That sounds like Fandaniel, like, but the Fandaniel that within Asahi.
You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to memory, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Asahi?
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you.
Bitch! Pretending he's a fucking Garleman or something like that.
Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos.
Is that all you care about? He doesn't care about you.
I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance.
He doesn't care about you. Lord Xenos does not care about you. You would not be worth it to him.
Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus, even should you be reborn. Your desperate search for answers must start again.
Just has to crawl back from hell to ruin everyone's doing. Next time, we'll find the answer together.
Even here, even now. You have every right to hate me. For the fool I was. For the monster I became. But I will not beg forgiveness. The tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise. I pray we do not meet again.
Knowing our luck, we're probably gonna meet him again.
You had better hope not.
Memories become clear in the eighth you'll see. Oh yeah, because there was the whole theory that because memories was like influenced by Aether nonsense and shit, and the only way it like goes away is when you return to the Aether Sea, but that's with your soul being
Hydaelyn is
closed.
waiting.
Like, that's with your soul doing all kinds of things, so yeah. So yeah. Oh yeah, I recognized a number of the peeps from the previous cinematic, from like all the different places that we had raids in, like Dunscath with like the Void arc, and you know when we went into the World of Darkness, the Omegaverse.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
Hydaelyn? Where's your clothes at? You look different.
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis.
Yes.
And now, the rivers of time converge.
Yeah, so Venat was the previous holder of the...
I know why you have come. Yet
of, like,
I
the
will
Azir
speak your
seat.
reasons all the same.
Oh, Ansem. Ansem? No. Azir. Azem. Thank you, Azem. I knew it began with an A and it was short. Azem, thank you.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days.
Well...
But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute.
No, Hydaelyn is not Zaor. Is not Zaor. Shut up.
Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it.
It's not exactly about beating her, it's about besting her.
Is what I might have said. Once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? That our only choice is to flee?
Nope.
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure.
Yeah. Everything you're saying there is absolutely correct. Venat was the previous resident of the seat of Azum. Normally, when like an ancient was done with their purpose and what have you, especially with being on the Council of the 14th, they would just like die. Like, they didn't exactly go very deep into how it exactly it happens. It's not like they could have been like fucking suicide. Like, they just were like, oh yeah, I'm done, peace, and then just fade into existence. Or it was actually a case of, oh, the universe has seen you fulfill your purpose and somehow like plucks you out. They never really were purposeful about that, but it did sound like it was a choice to be fulfilled or to not. Anywhoosies, Hydaelyn was not done, so she stuck around. Or, sorry, Venat. Venat wasn't done, so she stuck around while the current seat of Azum did all kinds of other nonsense. We don't know what happened to them. And, you know, the world gets sundered and shit. We got the Primal Zodiarch and Hydaelyn, and there's like a fragment of Azum within us that many of the ancients see in us.
Darkness abideth within every living being, and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength, and purpose, and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure.
Aww.
As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey.
Hajafan!
And though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark!
Ooh. Oh, hey, that's the blade you had back in Elpis.
Is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe? Should you fail, there will be no second chance.
Oh, you're just gonna send us there
As the
right
will
now?
of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return.
Like, never ever?
Prepare yourselves.
Sash?
Prove ourselves worthy, eh?
Am I fighting a god again?
Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
I'm about to fight Hydaelyn, aren't I?
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get on.
Oh, there's the lyrics to Answers behind.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Yep, there's the sound of the lyrics to
Alas,
Answers in this song.
The question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
Ooh.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. The Mother Crystal is now accessible. During this quest and when using the duty, you have the opportunity to undertake the trial with a party of scions. Some of these allies' roles will differ from those you are normally able to select. Additionally, you may now enter the Aethoscope with a party of Cool. So, should I enter this with, like, NPCs instead? Jesus Christ. Ah! Lol, I love how they make... Thancred can only be a tank. And it's like, nah. Alright, so... Grahatia is an all-rounder, and so is Urianger. Wow, Y'shtola's only a fucking black mage. Alrighty. Donk. Wish me luck! In an unknown place called the Mother Crystal. Have I been training for this?
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth.
Now the question is Thancred gonna just take the enmity? Because that will just be funny. If I can just be like a fucking, like, you know, off-tank for this. Can I be an off-tank? No, I can't be an off-tank. Ah!
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
Yes.
Change of arms. May the test continue.
I will not hold back.
Oh, is she a dancer now?
We're near or far.
Oop, I did not plan that correctly. Oh, 2 people. I need 2 people in this one. That's what the orbs mean.
And now this.
Okay, now it's green.
Light unyielding.
I don't know what that means. Oh my fuck! Oh, that's Estinian's move. Okay, never mind. Wait, what's double down?
You underestimate me.
I did not know I had the an LF on each enemy.
By blade!
I fear my strength. You underestimate me! This can't end here.
Oh, Alphino and Y'shtola are fucking dead. How did that happen?
On your feet.
Thank you.
Light unyielding.
Let me just give everyone like Heart of Something or Rather, see if that will.
You cannot stop us!
By blade! Crystals of light, to me!
What do we do? Oh hey, it's the crystals from the what's-mahoozies.
Here!
You're mine!
The song of creation.
Ah! What the shit? Oh, that's why.
Feel! The sorrow at hope's demise. Think! And find your way in the darkness.
Are we gonna destroy them in time? I don't know if we're gonna destroy them in time.
There.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna destroy them in time.
Prepare yourself!
There we go.
The gloves are off.
Oh god.
Not hold back.
Oh god.
Your light.
Conviction of 90.
Fly, my children, and never look back.
Let me just try and do as much like mitigation on myself as I can. So long as yay, we're all alive. And Thancred just like
Then you are resolved. With heart and steel.
Oh!
This test is far from over.
All or nothing!
By
Why didn't they let Estinian do the L3? That would make more sense for Estinian to do the L3, since that is 1 point of damage rather than an AoE.
We're near or far.
We're high or low.
Oh, Jesus.
Be gone.
Yay! The crystal of light empowering Hydra.
I will not hold back.
Light unyielding.
Prepare yourself!
Refulgence eternal.
Mitre.
Glad I'm still alive.
This will hurt.
By blade.
Try and stop! You underestimate me!
Why is this going on for so long?
I have you now.
Alize is hard-coded to LB every time. Is she?
Not to fear.
You're mine!
Is she hard-coded to take the LB3 every time?
You underestimate me.
Okay, so she is going down, just not dramatically.
Make ready!
Oh, you got a shopping cart. Good for you.
I have you!
Oh my god. Fucking waves.
Hold still!
I'm not done yet.
Prepare yourself! You're mine!
And I keep, like, going too far out from... oh, yeah, in.
We're near or far.
My thanks.
28, 27, 26, 25.
I have you now.
I will not hold back.
No idea what.
Light unyielding.
This is going on forever.
Be gone.
Prepare yourself!
Be gone. By blade.
swear to Christ, if one of the DPSs don't do a limit breaker at this point, I swear.
Light unyielding!
She's at 1%. How is none of the DPSs just decide to be like, oh yeah, let me just throw in a fucking LD at this point? Welcome to how long trials actually go on release. Oh, they actually go. Oh my god. I'm used to them being like a few minutes. I'm used to them being a few minutes, not... How long did this one take?
At last, man has the strength.
It does not say. We don't get a cool weapon for it. We just get 3,000 gil. My children at the twilight hour.
No, this can't be happening.
Did we Okay, so we actually did just kill her. Is that it?
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment.
Have you now?
It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis.
Which is going to be helpful to us as we get to
Having
them.
seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
I'm just thinking of Pine's video when they're like, do you want this crystal? And Pine just grabs it and just makes the Minecraft munching noises, the
capable of crossing great distances. There is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of Dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether.
Oh man, if only we had, like, a giant
But a
god.
solution lieth close at hand.
A giant god made of so much fucking ether.
Of course.
And the ether burner.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature.
Wait, we're taking that giant crystal with us.
The Mother Crystal. Our final hope.
Aha!
Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words.
Think, feel.
Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer.
I'm imagining when Sashara heard this, she was just like, I'm coming, mommy! Give me a Stedian!
Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star.
If you're gonna give me a job, I kinda already have one. Ow!
Failure after failure. By recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the crystal of Azum, yes?
You mean this candy right here?
As Heidelin, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself.
Okay.
I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely.
If you wait a few months, I'm pretty sure I can become a Pictomancer and you can do that.
My journey through the ethereal sea. Souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance.
That was not me. The game just did that.
It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azum's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself.
Do I have to keep holding this? When can I put it back?
These were the words of the crystal's original bearer.
Nice.
With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
We will find our way, Venat.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure.
Aww.
Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
Aww. It's actually rather sweet. Aww. She's gone. Wait, no, Argos will still be alive. It's been long enough. Like, Argos has existed, like, for this long despite, like... Isn't this a thing where, like, you know, after a while, like, they just get a soul or some shit? Like, he's not going away. I am glad to see you well. Though we could roughly place your souls, deep as you went, we could neither see nor hear you. The fluctuations in your aether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? Mommy, milkers, candy, bye. I'm just seeing like Sash crying and Arya just being like, no. I'm not wrong. We literally said goodbye. You mean to say Heidelin is... No. There's no way there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry on Heidelin's will without delay. We'll find Meteon if it's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is. The fancy navigatory one. Mm-hmm. Here. To the edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars. You are determined to see this through? Mm-hmm. We are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. Alright, how many missions am I away from the end? I know that it pains you to accept this. Would that I need ask none more of you. Yet we have only two means to travel the great expanse. The moon and Sharlayan's Ark. I am all too aware that without both of them there will be no exodus. But I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. The Forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not rescind it, even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not, and would do all within my power to aid your cause. With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while? Proving on self to Heidelin is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. You can chart a course through the sea of stars in a single day? Ye gods. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then? And perhaps a nap? Alright, so I got to her children one and all. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so it's been 3 hours, and I've still got 15 more missions to do. I don't think I will get that far that quickly. I'm gonna be real with you. This might need to be a Sunday morning thing, considering there's 6... Because normally it takes me the entire day to go through, like, 16... It takes me, like, the entire day to go through, like, 16 missions and such. Ah, I've been expecting you! Don't forget post-patch. There is post-patch as well. I believe there is... Let's see. 10, 19, 28... 37, 45, 46, 47, 48. So yeah, there's another like 50 missions in the post-patch. So, but hopefully those ones will be like a little bit quicker. Just the tiniest bit. Besides, those can be done next week most likely. If we go through Sunday okazies, and if I'm not with my mom and my sister for too long on Saturday, we might sneak in some Saturday stuff as well. The only issue I have with post-patch is the gear score issues. Ah. I heard about your foray into the ethereal sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from the prolonged exposure? Nausea, dizziness, hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep, and if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. I shall add it to our records. Hi there, Davy boy. What was wrong with it? Why'd you need to do a test? Hello. All things good now? Hopefully all things good. Your iPad for the last week wouldn't work on streams? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Ocean?
There you are.
What the?
Some time, indeed. Yes. For you, at least.
Hyflodeus?
Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
Why are we going deeper into the water? Hello? Hello? Damn, that night sky is beautiful. Krill has some urgent news. Grant, I trust you've had a good rest. An envoy of Master Hochofont's Fortuno's arrival not long ago with a message. The Loporits have determined Mition's location. We've been asked to gather at the Rostra. I'll meet you there along with the others. Oh, joy. Also, Mender. Where is he? There he is. I can play card games with someone in this island, crazily enough. Out of the way! Out of the way! Hi. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Loporrits have deduced the whereabouts of Meteion by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Hydaelyn herself. Alright, Grant, you must take your leave. I need to get ready for your bike trip. Thanks for streaming me and being such a good stream. It was very nice to redesign my Sona while I was with you in chat today. Hey, nice! Hope you had a wonderful time, Sage. I hope the Persona redesign works out well and that you have a wonderful bike trip. Don't overexert yourself, and remember to keep up with your fluids. It doesn't matter if you have to stop to go to the bathroom more often. It is a concern if you have to stop to faint. Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, at the edge of creation. A veritable Alta Thumn. Indeed. How then are we to reach it? Ultima Thule. An excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion systems, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule by the myriad other facilities housed within would greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even the Mother Crystal may not possess aether enough to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our Hyper Hopper into your aether burner, we should be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of the universe in no time. Father, does this mean... Bear in mind, this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Loporrits' proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate to the moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Hydaelyn believed you possessed the best of the strength needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Hydaelyn's own making. Therefore, if in the 11th hour she would prefer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of this star. This is why we have chosen to place our faith in Hydaelyn, in you. The Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. What of all the people that have labored so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I would not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Glacies, nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of adamantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary, they have expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. Are the Loporrits too willing to abandon the Exodus? Were you not listening when we said we were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris and its people? If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life, and otherwise vexing problem I know now our know-how can remedy. Besides, Heidelin chose us to lead the way to Materion, why else would she give you a crystal only we could decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Aetheris until you brought us here, Urianger, and how we're enamored with this place. So what choice do we have but to save it? Of course, none of this is possible without you and the Scions, so I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? Well, yeah. We'll avert the final days, whatever it takes. Very well, we shall inform the Forum of your decision and begin preparations to bolster the Ark with the, Hyper Hopper. The Loporits will coordinate with the Isambard Arden contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray take your ease. 'Twould seem this is not to do but best rest and prepare. Shall we? Could I... Could I get some level 90 gear, please? Hi there, Xerix. Alright, hang on. Don't invite to party. This way. I love how Valka's just like, already on it. Okay, cool. From what I can see... Yeah, from what I can see, there is no more gear distributed from the MSQ missions. So all I have is like the level stuff that I've gathered from the quests and the random from the dungeons. Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite. Though it is difficult to conceive of how one can best prepare to brave a domain where Dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Heidelin deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of any other feasible option at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Meteion as we are. Which leaves the not-so-small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and Tataru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We will be praying for your safe return. Mayhaps it will affect the Dynamis for the better. With that settled, we should get some rest, and make the most of the time we've been afforded. Hmm? The meeting's over, is it? You were in there for so long. I started to worry. What did they have to say? Hyper Harper. The edge of creation. I see. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return. And you will return. Actually, Grant, could I borrow you for a moment? Looks like your plans for the interim are decided. When the two of you have finished, meet us back at the Balsedian Annex, alright? Come with me to Agora. I have something to show you. These names are ridiculous. Look, with like the pinnacle of the Ultima Thule. Actually, how do I say that? How do I say that? Say cookie for Tabitha.
Ultima Thule.
Ultima Thule. Thule. Okay, so it's a Thule, not Thule. Whee! Alright, now the ultimate test. Hang on. Bam. Boom. Dink. Hey, okay, so it's not that hard. Cool. The rostra. Nice. So they want to be looking over there. I see you! Is it Thum?
Fueling.
Full plate armor, tools, Menda. Where the fuck is... Oh, there's Tataru. Enzo. Welcome, Grant, to Tataru's Taru Boutique. I've always done my best to provide the Scions with fashionable attire, but in your case, certainly, I have made an extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I am playing favorites, but you are the Warrior of Light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. And then inspiration struck, and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of some Thavnarian refugees, I decided to set up shop here in Sharlayan. Of course, I would never charge you for any of our work, perish the thought. Varsharuth, how are things coming along? Everything is in order, Mistress Tataru. We'll be ready to open shortly. Which is why I brought you here, to be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here for a moment longer? The following event cannot be spicked. You may wish to cancel any pending thingamadoogies. Dun dun. What's Zarek's doing? Why is Zarek's in a cutscene? Thula. Ah, I did not expect to find you here. Oh, hi there, homunculus child. I imagine Nidhana would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the Aether Burner. The simulacrum, too, will stay in Sharlayan, while I oversee matters in Razathan. It's a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days or anything else. It also allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land. Varshahan, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose, and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at last return home to Razathan, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will be no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in, and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well. Believe you me, your artisans have taught me so much about Thavnarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders we come up with. I pray you every success in your endeavors, Mistress Tataru. Before coming here, I heard word of the Forum's decision, of what will soon be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called this star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendor. Wait, has Midgossamer existed, like, before the Sundering? Hang on. Final Fantasy XIV. Did Midgossamer exist prior to the Sundering? The shards in the source do not exist in the same plane. They're in their own. That's why the eggs are getting kept botching as earlier. It was only through this. It was only through distance. He was pulling through your eyes. The first is exactly as the source, but their reflections. Nope, that's not what I asked. I wanted to know about Midgossamer. Midgossamer and the great worms he sired are such terror. They're granted sanctuary by Heidelin. The reveal and how there's a version of Midgossamer's planet out there. I think star simply means another heavenly body, most likely from a nearby solar system. If it's like our universe, even the closest neighboring star is outrageously far away. I believe the Sundering did indeed only sunder Heidelin. This is why we only see dragons on the source, and definitely lends an explanation to the first Earth broods might compare it to most other life forms. You want to say the dragons arrived post-sundering. Okay. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendor. Your journey onto the heavens to protect that light. May the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail and restore peace and tranquility to this star. I should like to visit Razathan again when this is all over. And we should be honored to receive you. There is still much of Razathan you have yet to see. He existed pre-sundering, but didn't survive until... He didn't arrive till post-sundering. Oh! You know what? You know what? I bet you, like, the whole, like, Hermes sending out Metreon and all of her sisters, like, out to find out about the question and such, I reckon that was a flawed venture, because the ancients never created beings like themselves. So when they were like, oh, search for humanity, they were looking for humanity. They were looking for themselves. They didn't think of, oh, there's going to be dragon folk that look very much like our salamanders and shit. Not humanity. No, they said humanity. He said humanity. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of this star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you. A certain raid series taps into this? Okay, which one then? Because, like, there's a lot of them out there. I don't think it's the Crystal Tower. I don't think it's the Four Lords. I don't think it's the locked up triad. 70s. 70s? What? Oh, Stormblood. Okay, so... Oh, the Omega stuff. No, it explains, like... Oh, well, yeah, there's like a machine and all this kind of shit. Where must I go to get meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste? It's a boy! Hi. You're not being a dick to anyone? Grant, old boy! My, whatever are you doing here? Food. A new boutique, you say? I've been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yeah, something with a little more flair. Perhaps befitting a man of my station. Though I have nowhere to flaunt said remnants so long as my confinement continues indefinitely. I, the young Lord Fortemps, insists that, so long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Charlian. I thought she was to seek out intelligent life. No, she was just sent out to the stars to seek out other humans. That's how they explained it. Thus do I toil, though every fiber of my being rails against it. Why, I'm even suffered the company of that brute Sakar to see supplies transported into timely fashion. Question is still followed the same? Yes, it is, because here's the thing. How the fuck did Meteion and her sisters not bump into a dragon? Because I'm gonna be real with you, like, if those dragons are traveling like stars across stars across stars, I get it. Space is fucking vast, like, asteroid, like, you know, an asteroid field is like fucking, like, fields upon fields wide. There's no, like, close quarters. But, come on. All that time, 150 cycles, and you found no other dragons? Like, come on, no other travelers? You done goofed. Yet he was the one granted leave this morning to participate in something supposedly covert. So I suffer instead for this otherwise welcome absence. Now burdened with extra busy work, and without Honorot here, there is no one to prepare my meals. I came here in the hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps. Alas, the Charlian's delicacies I've sampled were lacking in every respect. If a hearty meal is what you're after, I'd suggest The Last Stand. The cafe over on the pier, their cuisine didn't appear all that appetizing, but if you vouch for their cooking, then perhaps I will give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion, and ta-ta for now, old boy. That gets explained. Cool. You know, Sash, this is a quote you should keep in your pocket. I have this saved in my, like, clipbook history kind of shit. I just have saved all the time, so I'm able to whip it out in chat / in streams where it goes, all your questions will be answered by progressing the game. You. Well, well, is that Grant and Tataru I spy? Hancock! Hang on, I have a noise for this. Where is it? Hancock! Hancock! What are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, any expertise required aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. But what matters of entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Worry not, I will return straight away to Kagane once I have finished. Of course. You would find a way to turn this crisis into your advantage. She wounds me. The industrious woman running a new boutique? I am not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed, and I would make myself, and my business, ready for their return. If you believe in them so devoutly, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataru. Fair enough. There is not more I can do to help ready the Ark and her heroes for their maiden voyage, but on your return I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Bakurio Inn. Accommodations are quite costly given the reputation of said establishment, but the East Aldenar Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill. Will there be lemon cakes? Oh, a man of taut tastes, I see. Yes, there will be lemon cakes and much, much more. The finest delicacies the world and Lord Lorito have to offer. Detroit. It was multi-purpose, largely just to explore the cosmos and contact other intelligent life with priority to other human-like entities. Yeah. Alright. But let us speak more of this upon your return, lest I draw even more of Tataru's ire. Until next we meet. Look at this little potato girl. Look at this oh, can't see her from here. Too bad. That little potato girl. She just like, grr. Grr. She's so angry. So angry. Dun 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 dun. Ah! Why do I feel like someone is gonna jump scare me at one point? Ah, Grant! Decided to spend your time at the markets, did you?
Bonk.
Ow. I swear to God, there will be a whole expansion of how Tataru finally snaps and goes berserk. What, like, Guts berserk or Griffin berserk? I imagine she'd go Griffin berserk if she did. Tataru! Biggs, Wedge, I take it work on the Ark proceeds apace? Aye, it does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Sharlayan and Razat-Han has been a rewarding experience, and that's to say none of what we've learned from the Loporits. The Ark is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait for you to see it. And you'll never guess who paid us a visit before we came to Sharlayan. Alpha! I think he sensed the coming danger and returned to check on us. Yay, the little chocobo is alive. Granted, the little chocobo we saw in the cutscene, but it's good to see that he's still alive after all that busybodiness. I don't know how many chats do side quests, but we're not talking about the carbuncle. What? Oh, you mean like Tataru's carbuncle? The one that didn't properly follow her? He was always one to turn up in a time of need, and I suppose that's why he decided to join us here in Sharlayan. Good thing, too. I don't know how he does it, but he has a knack for brightening your day just by being here. It's still hard to believe we have the means to send you off into the great expanse, though to the farthest known reaches of, well, everything. I never thought I'd live to see such marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and the Scions are the catalyst that sparks the need for these great innovations. To think how much I'd miss out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo. Ha, there is that too. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do for you, Grant. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. And one filled with even more adventure. You forgot about the Eternal Carbuncle? I don't know about the Eternal Carbuncle. When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'd be along shortly with refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I should get going. Still a few more supplies to gather before we return. Her carbuncle is still around. Carbuncles usually dissipate when they stray from the summoner. Hers does not. Just, concern. Great concern. Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. Aye. About time. Right. I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is Verashud from the Plaka's stand. Haven't we met before? I feel like we have. Ah, yes! It was you who helped us at Perusa, and again when crossing the ice fields, was it not? I doubt we exchanged little more than glances then, but it is kind of you to remember me. Honestly, I barely remembered her. Thanks to Mistress Tataru, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It is only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. In such times, we must look to one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we will come to call this place home or return to Thavniar, but we are here today and are glad to have contributed to the cause. And contribute they did by helping to make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battle to come. Gods, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands. From the rising stones to the falling snows, and even a certain insufferable someone's Ruby Bazaar, we were always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first, Grahatia was there to grant you sanctuary. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long, long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you persevere time and again. For all the joy we've shared, there's been much sorrow as well, but I've long since learned you can't have one without the other. Saw it on the lodestone. Which is why I promised to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. Ooh. Okay, hang on. I need to screenshot that. Hang on. Ding dong. Ding. Where's code? Where's code? That will be some good news. Announced on the lodestone. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on our return. Woo! Yay, we get free weekend! I'm already paying my sub, but it means other people... Yay, I can now hand in my shit. In addition to your new ensemble, we have raiments and weaponry for every need, so please, feel free to browse our stock. Seriously? There's a cache available? You may now obtain job-specific gear. The gear obtained can be equipped at level 89, however, all item stats will be adjusted to item level sync. Upon reaching level 90 with the corresponding job, these items will no longer be synced. Furthermore, the gear can be dyed upon completion of the role quest associated with said job. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking serious? Incredible. Holy fucking shit. So I just need to complete, like, the quests, and then I would be able to get these things. Nice. Noted. Good to know. Hi, Xerix. Who's that? Papa Griff. Who's Papa Griff? Hi there, Fizz! You can get it now? Oh yeah, it's dyeable once I... Okay, hang on a second, just to... Claim anyway. Claim anyway. I'm just gonna grab all of them. And then I'll just put some of those things into the whatsamahoozies. So yeah. Because granted, I'm only like level 80 and I'm 81 with the Paladin, and then 80 with the Dark Knight still. But then with the Gunbreaker, I've reached level 90 as you can see. And then with the Warrior, I am level 90 as well. But yeah, I've not yet completed the role quest line yet. I was doing it a little bit before stream, but I did not get it done. And there we go. Hello. Alright, what does Tataru have to say? Though delighted by your patronage, Tataru is ready to send you on your way. I realize you still got lots to do before you depart, so I won't keep any longer. I do hope you can find a moment for yourself and that the others can as well. They said they are returning to the Balsedian Annex, though I doubt they stayed for long. If you would decide to go looking for them, I'd suggest speaking with Krill first. I'm sure they'll have told her their plans. Hi. Okay. Nice. Ooh. Oh! And you even given me, like, savage shit. Oh my god. Alright, have an egg. Have 1 egg and a sandwich. Woo! Hey, I can equip the Hyperion. Oh, that looks cool. That looks good. I fuck with that. That is cool. I love how I have, like, all these, like, random jewelry and things. And then over to the warrior. Oh my god, this axe is fucking huge. Like, hang on, how big is this axe? Oh, it doesn't even get bigger. Have I worked on the hunts as well? No, I have not worked on the hunts. Oh, what was... Ooh, nice. I did not know V was, like, available. Yeah, so, like, look at this. Savage aim. So, like... Well, you're set, Grant. You don't need any other gear now. Do I really not need any other gear? I just have all this fucking Savage X and 9 shit now? God fucking damn it. Ah! Oh, I am so fucking set for life. 540. Huh? What? The left side won't find better until tombstones. Yep, nope, fair enough. Fair enough, sees. That is probably the best I'll find. Yeah, look at me. Look how cool I look. Hey, I even wear the bandana. You can barely see the bandana with my hairdo, which I think is weird. I'm pretty sure a bandana is meant to hold your hair. I don't even have 640 gear. What do you mean? Didn't you, like, you know... Didn't you finish this, like, well before me? Aren't you an Omnicrafter at this... Sorobon, what you up to? You too have found yourself idle, my friend? If you seek to occupy your time until the Ark is ready, you needn't go far. Even the markets... Hi there, Zach. Even the markets here in Charlian are filled with the most wondrous of sights. Was gonna say work on them for the blue rarity gear. It sort of clips through. Yeah, I see. It clips through on the back of the head. I'm not even gonna glamour this shit. This looks fucking awesome. This looks fucking awesome, Velk. You're literally an endgame gear. This looks fucking cool. Okay, why am I going to the mysterious... Why am I going to a locked box? This box is locked tight? Oh, okay. So there's a mysterious lockbox here. Like, what's up with that? Why is there a lockbox? Is there, like, a key around here? Market board there. Yeah, there's just a random locked box. That box is a side quest. It's not anything major. Ah, okay. God damn it! This fucking drip. Just invalid target. God fucking damn you. God damn. But that's the best you can do without doing savages. I am most likely gonna be doing savages in my off time. You're back! I take it you received your gift from Tataru. Not exactly. Oh yeah, no, the stuff the weapons and shit. It was a surprise. It was a surprise, long in the waiting, with many, many long hours of fretting to get everything just right. I'm glad to see it realized, and with great success. If you're looking for the others, though, they've already taken their leave. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Urianger have gone to the last stand for a bite to eat. Alize and Grauhatia, meanwhile, though their time would better be spent poring over books at Numenon. As for Alphino Estinian, well, they've elected to pay a visit to the Levi-Lu estate. Though Estinian seems somewhat reluctant to go. I'm sure they would all be glad for your company if you've mind to seek them out. Should you be feeling peckish, I'd suggest heading to the last stand before Y'shtola and the others finish eating. But above all else, it would be foolish to run headlong into battle a fatigued mess, so do remember to get a good night's sleep. Okay, let me retire to my room really quickly. Also, if I do Savage, take you with you? Yes, okay. I will try to remember that. Where is... There they are. Alright. Dink. Alright. Okay, so nothing goes in there. In here... So, that's the Lightbringer, that's the Bismuth Axe, that's the Chaos, that's the Gunbreaker thing, that's the Dwarven. Okay, that's Staff I can throw away into there. Alright, headgear. So, Reverie, Pulmonus, Ignominy, Allegiance. The Augmented Shrine is staying... Yep, okay, so Dunk. I fixed up my Glamour Dresser so it wasn't holding shit that could go into the Armorer. I've moved stuff that can go into the Armorer, thankfully. Alright, Dink. Alrighty, Alright, editing glamour plates. What does... Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna clear out 7. Let's see what we can make with 7, shall we? So, first and foremost, we have... Like, I don't get the whole eye patch nonsense. I want to wear these helmets, and they won't let me wear the helmets. Like, they'll let me wear an eye patch and a crown. Alright, what does this look like? Oh yeah, this is the paladin gear in the Endwalker. This is all the paladin gear stuff. All right, so what's the Pulmos? So this is the warriors. All right, let me see. What does the warrior stuff look like? Yeah, it's a bit too slutty for my liking. Well, these are, like, specifically for their classes, so... Yeah, people are weird when it comes to high-end content. You had people throw a hissy fit because I was in a different time zone. Oh, boy. People are not gonna have a, fun time with me. They're not gonna have a fun time with me while I'm in the middle of, you know, playing whenever the fuck I want. Alright, I just want to do P4, P8, P12 Savages. And then you also want to do Ucob and Tia. I am too anxious to ask people to take me for end content because I've had bad hardcore experiences. I reckon the way I want to do it is I want to get a top 8. I want to get a top 8 friends sort of thing, where it's a case of, right, here's the people. Sash, Velk, Xerix, Tataru, so that's 4. I need to come up with, like, another 4 peeps. Oh, Code, when he catches up. I I don't know if Savage would be a good fit, honestly. A part of me feels like Savage would not take it casually. Tatsu, sorry, Tatsu. Please don't tell him I made that mistake. Please hide that. They don't need to know. You don't tell them. Oh, Davy. Yep, cool, Davy. You'd be chill. Alrighty. Alright, we're going into space. We need space gear. And there is, like, fucking nothing that the Bun Boys can wear that would be suitable in... Ooh, what the fuck is this? The antiquated brutal visor. I do not remember... Like, who the fuck? Antiquated brutal? What? What? What is this attire? Antiquate... What the... Warrior? This is the warrior guild? Okay, we're keeping the head. Nope. Nope. Shrine. Okay, so... Okay, I have to be a warrior. And then that's the weathered boy tunic. Alright, so we need to restrict it to warrior gear. Prototype Gordian. The Uwagi. Augmented Ironworks. Demon Armor. Noct. Feridon. Storm Captain. Heavy Wolfram. Kiris. Hition. Lumencian. Jafont! Jafont! Alright, ooh, the late elegant fending. That... Late elegant... You know what? Late elegant might be the appropriate space armor. The elegant shit might be the appropriate space armor. And they probably have a shitty... Let's see. Doesn't look like it's here. Did I never pick up the late What the fuck? Did I never pick up this stuff? The late elegant armor offending? Did I never pick up the headgear? I can go for the prototype Alexandrite, so then that way it works with... Like, look at this. I'd be ready for space. Space! Just save that just in case. I've still got my Scooby. I still got my Shaggy gear. And then I've cleared out, like, nearly all of these. I haven't moved, like, I need to move 17. But yeah, I've got Butler, I got Maid, I got my Warrior with the crown. Because, like, the reason I've given them a crown is because, like, the Warrior, none of the headgear goes on them, and it's like, oh, but this little crown does. And then meanwhile, we got this gear here, which I quite like. This is what I was wearing during... I want to say this was Heavensward patch content, I think. It was either a Realm Reborn... No, yeah, it was Heavensward. This was Heavensward patch content, because that's when I was, like, fucking about during the MSQ. I was not going very hard into it. And yeah, this is the gear that I've left behind for the Paladin. And then this was my first, glamour. This was my very first glamour that I actually, like, you know, because normally these things were like, oh, like, you know, copy and paste kind of stuff. This was my very first where I was, like, you know, experimenting with what I had. So, like, as you can see, I had Leonhardt's, like, boots, but then I put on Tantalus's breeches because they look like jeans, and then I gave myself Anamaso's jacket. so I look like something of a biker. So that was actually like my first custom glamour. That's what we just did. That was what we wore for going into Endwalker. Or no, this was yeah, this is what we wore for like the start of Endwalker, I believe. So yeah, because the thingy-majiggies like the Sky Pirates Gauntlet, the Expeditioners, the Favnarians, all this level 1 gear. So yeah. There we go. Alright. Can I get to it from here? No, I cannot. Alright. So. Did that for one of my outfits, actually. Nice. Wait. What? Just some rings. Okay, well, I'm heading over to the last stand, so see you at Scholar's Harbor. I'm running around trying to get through more and more of the MSQ. Where am I? This way. Alpha! Aw, look at him! Do that again. Do that again. Alpha seems distracted by something off in the distant heavens. You cannot help but wonder what he senses out in the sea of stars. Look at him! How's Omega? How are you doing, Omega? Bleep bloop. Alright, cool. Yum. This very much is just, like, the same sort of level of, like, everything coming together as Avengers, like, Infinity War and Endgame, isn't it? I like how there's 2 reactions. People who haven't done top and people who have done top and want to kill Alpha. Like, I've done, okay, maybe not top, but I did go through like the Alpha, Beta, Delta like verses. I did do that raid content, so I do know what's happened to Mid-Gossamer. Because I'm gonna be real with you, chat. That was a big question. Hi there, Jason. Welcome to the stream. Everyone was wondering, what the fuck happened to Mid-Gossamer? Oh, Jason, you're back. Hi.
Hello.
Welcome back. Code tells me you're doing okay. Gotta get an ultrasound on his liver, but they mostly think it's the gastro. Grant, come to make our trio a quartet, have you? Please, have a seat. We'll see about getting you a drink. Yeah! Yay! You're alive!
Your business with Tataru was finished.
Oh my god. Fucking, look at that fancy extraness holding the fucking wine glass with her drawing pen, like, glove thing. That is a drawer's glove. Look at it. It's like, it's covering up her index finger and thumb. Like a fucking drawing, like the opposite of a drawing person. God damn it. I forgot. The drawing glove is meant to be, like, your pinky and your thingy-majiggy. You have to go for an ultrasound tomorrow. Yes. Code mentioned that. Code mentioned you might need to go for an ultrasound for some gastro thingy. Yeah, he literally just wrote gastro thingy. Radio. Like, God, I look so cool.
My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
You're not in new attire, so why are you like, oh,
Indeed.
what a surprise.
And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Why are you swirling the glass? You're blind.
As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world.
To get the smells.
Every encounter,
Jason, don't you worry.
And humbling me in equal measure.
Do not worry.
Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
You're good. That's what matters. We were worried. You got to the hospital. They checked up on some things. That's what, and you're good. Granted, you have to go for an ultrasound tomorrow. I don't know how that's going to entail, but otherwise, you're good. And that's what's important.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Why do you say weird shit like that? We know exactly what we're gonna see. Fucking nothing. And just, like, rampant negative emotion.
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine.
God, I would love to have a tankard like that. Just like a mini barrel.
But whatever awaits us
of
there,
a mug.
we will survive. We must. For her.
Are you still, like, whipped? You're almost done with the... No, I'm not done with the MSQ yet. So yeah, and like I said, I'm not super worried about the game. Like, it would be nice for, before I go on break, that me and Code get through the rest of Baldur's Gate, and quite frankly, like, I'll double check with them about timing and what have you tomorrow, because you got your ultrasound, and I've learned that at work, I will be able to finish up halfway through the day. So on Friday, I get to finish at lunch, basically, which will be fantastic. I get to spend, like, less time at work. You've nothing left to prove. Not to Rin, Norman, Philly. Did you actually... You pentamelded without losing a materia? That's impressive. When I did, like, a pentameld, I lost, like, 3 materia. And I consider myself someone that, like, you know, I don't have that good of a luck. But when it's for something really stupid and really high risk, like a pentameld... I thought I would be, like, you know, chewing... Because everyone was like, oh, you're gonna chew through a dozen of these things just to get to 4. On the other one is eating about 80, so we're balanced. It's just a time code where it's just like, oh, investigation, randomizer, time code.
Lately I find myself surprised at how much I've changed. How much we've all changed.
Well, yeah, your Aether is still fucked up, and you can't, you know, generate magic and shit.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it,
Oiga.
we'll go further still.
And pizza. Ooh, there's a lot of food on here I
We
like.
will avert this calamity and return.
There's a burrito, and it has its own little
preparation for
tray.
which we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
What with the primals and Ascians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much would change.
Do you think he could be a Viper class?
Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess, I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to affect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Oh yeah, I remember the last time we saw a disguise.
Well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear.
Racist.
What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections. To which end, I must find a means to travel between worlds.
Oh, you're gonna have a terrible time trying to find out.
'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise.
Ooh, going back to the first for some like cat daddy.
Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
Wait, aren't the the progression of time between the different shards different to what it is at the source?
What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
Treasure hunting. Definitely not like, you know, blue mage nonsense.
My apologies for the wait.
Well, shall we make a toast?
A toast.
To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
Here, here. Leaving so soon? I suppose it's for the best. If you'd rather not explore the bottom of a bottle with Orange, I dare say the others would welcome your company as well, if you find them, that is. In any case, as long as you make the most of your time, that it is all that matters. Alrighty. I then need to head up to the Levi-Lu estate. My god, imagine how fancy you are where the Levi-Lu estate gives you an Aether Shard. The fucking audacity. The Levi-Lu estate getting a shard. Oh, hi. Ooh, 2 rings. Trade. Yay, thank you. Oh, it doesn't do like a... Doesn't do like a flippy thing like the... Okay, it doesn't do a cool like flippy thing like the whatsamahoozies, but I'll work on. Isn't like the Manderville like this crazy looking I'll figure out the weapon I like.
Oh.
This is cool. This is great. Thank you so much.
Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil.
Yes, Estinian is about to walk in there.
All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Ugh, tea. Why are you carrying a knife?
Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Yeah, you're carrying a knife into a household.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink.
Lol, Estinian doesn't like tea.
The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... it was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family. Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Wait!
What's up, Alphino?
Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me.
Well, to be fair, that was because you
To
were
have
part of the
returned
MSQ.
here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart.
Not to worry.
Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
You were never one to forsake a friend, Alphino.
No, I'm not. And I'm proud of that.
Maid. Look at that maid trying to point at me. Maid.
I don't care what gender you are. Put on the maid outfit.
Look at him. Look at Blue. Look at that as maximum cuteness level. How dare you put me in a maid outfit? And so close to the end of the night as well. Hi, Xerix. Dun, 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 dun. Yay! Alright. Next place is... Oh my god, they're at the library. Blame Xerix. I wasn't supposed to be in this maid outfit. The Stadium. Ooh. The Stadium. What a stupid... Oh, hey, it's Pudding Way. Have you found your pudding? Look at this little... Look at this little rabbit. Blue, look at his little rabbit. Ah, Grant. I've come to the Stadium in order to study the ways of pudding. Alas, my creations don't jiggle as they should just yet, but I persevere. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. You try speaking with Alize, but she is fast asleep. Idiot. Falling asleep at a library. Idiot. Prank him, John. Prank him. Alright, I guess we're not pranking him.
Oh. Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come.
He dreaming about Boyga.
Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me.
She's not best
But by
girl.
the same token, I can't help but worry.
Moonbreeda is best girl.
Not only
and
for your
she's
safety,
gone.
But for your
She's
happiness.
gone.
After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love. You deserve all the joy in the world.
Lol, Alize seeking true love. Never
There is so
happened.
much that life has to offer.
She ain't no damsel
So
in
much
distress,
to be
nor would she ever
treasured
wish to be
and
one.
shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't
Same
give up
here,
on
I do
your
need to
own
go through
happiness.
Eureka at some point. I still need to go through
When
all
you're
that.
out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
This feels familiar.
Princess Daisy outfit?
Well, 'tis good to be... wait. What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Yes.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Yeah, Blue is
Not
a princess
word to
enjoyer.
anyone. Understood? Not one word.
I'ma tell my best friends.
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
I'm fine. I can outrun a red mage.
What are you doing here?
Look, she's not even fully
I had a few
prepared.
books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
I just wanted to check in on you. Just enjoying a little peace and quiet. Alrighty. Jump. So X's, so, alright, so if I ever wanted to do these things myself, I would have to do, so I want to prioritize Savage Aim, and then Heaven's Eye, and then, yeah, Savage Aim and Heaven's Eye looks to be the two important things. Welcome back, Grant. Return to catch a final few winks before embarrassing on your mission, I presume? Yes. Brr, 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 brr. Oh, question. What is an effective way of... oh, that night at the Royal Menagerie of Alamingo. Oh, hey, it's where we killed Xenos. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? It's Xenos. God damn it. I honestly forgot you were a problem. You looking okay there? You're looking a bit voidy. You're looking a little void scenty. Oh, there we go.
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you?
I don't know. Equals, but you didn't know how to interpret that without combat. Empathy.
And what was it that you sought in me?
Death. You know, just the usual enemy shit. You were a primal at that point, you know. So. And thus, it dawns. The day of reckoning! Dun dun! A day of reckoning. Damn, my drip looked good. Hi. Ignore the outfit. Hmm.
How often have we thus assembled? To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments. From the joyous to the sorrowful.
Oh my god, we're reminiscing. Again.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready.
Oh, about time.
The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel.
Radio. Okay.
They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule. Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteon. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
Yeah. Like, it has to be
We
done.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Let us be off then.
Alright. Yeah. Chair.
Wait! Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here.
We put in our 2 weeks notice.
Safe journey, all of you. And... be safe.
Will do. You can count on it. Onto the heavens! I suppose this is where we part ways. For now, at least. Would that I have sage words of wisdom to share ere you depart. Mayhaps the teaching of Gulf Belsadin will do you. Surrender not to anger or hate, he said. Look beyond them, and there find true strength. What one sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think, but for me, it would be the things I cherish most in life. Things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture onto the sea of stars. Dun, 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 dun. And out of the rain we go. Running. Oh hey, I'm wearing a turtleneck. I totally forgot that. Crystal. Sylvester Crystal. Ah, yes, I know you. Your reputation in the rumor mill precedes you. At any rate, how might I help you? What do you do here? I confess I am conflicted upon the accumulation of our efforts. While I am proud of what we have accomplished, we are close at hand. Hey, there you are. Aaron! First the Great Exodus, and now this... It seems there's no end to our work. In truth, more than a few gleaners were distressed to learn that their earlier efforts were for nothing. It was no easy task convincing them that the new plan was for the best, I can tell you that. I can't tell you every man believes this is the wisest choice, but I can say that all will be forgiven if you deliver us from the coming doom. And if you don't, well, at least you won't get that earful, I certainly will. Emma. It's troubling enough that the brute Sicard left without warning, leaving me to carry all those cumbersome containers, but he failed to be present to send you off is absurd. What could possibly be more deserving of this attention at a time like this? We were quite fortunate that Loporit's hyperhopper was based on principles similar to those of Aether technology. Integrating it with the Ark's existing systems might well have been impossible otherwise. We may have Charlian's wealth of knowledge at our disposal, but theirs is technology far beyond anything we have ever studied. You are familiar with teleportation magics, yes? The momentary conversion of the body into Aether and that it may travel via the lifestream from one physical point to another. Their hyperhopper enables transport through a similar method, but not one involving the lifestream. Why? Why? Rather, it utilizes highly condensed Aether to create an Aether current of its own. This current is exponentially faster and more powerful than the naturally occurring ones to which we are accustomed. So much so, in fact, that Aether conversion of the physical form is not a prerequisite for travel. If you are concerned about side effects such as ethereal sickness, you needn't be. You should emerge at your destination hale and whole. In theory, at the very least. I can assure you it is safer than the experimental Aetherites used to reach a Resetan. Cool. Oh, hang on, let me... Where is Sid? I honestly thought Sid would be here to see us off. Keck W.
All present and accounted for? Good.
I'm glad that there's a lot of
As you will
voice
have heard,
dialogue.
The Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
I've
Sid!
seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder.
And Nero.
But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Ah, don't mention it. Ever since that episode with Omega, I've been toying with the idea of star-faring vessels.
Nice.
And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. We've learned a lot, let me tell you. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return.
Of course. There needs to be a minstrel ballad after this, no doubt.
So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
Not the teeny tiny boat?
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible.
Are you talking about Louis Soir?
From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisois not fought to protect this world. And in so doing, laid down his life. Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The Starship Ragnarok.
Ragnarok is the coming of days. Like, I don't know how I feel about boarding a ship called... Hi there, Alcaris. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you had a wonderful time in playing the Secrets of Monkey Island.
I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
Welcome, welcome. Oh, hey, it's the Beast Tribes.
What are you all doing here?
Seeing us off because we're about to save the world.
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves!
Yes. Wait, primals?
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Nice.
Care to explain for our benefit?
They're going to convert like all
As
the
you may have
ether.
witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loporrits are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Yep, that.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
Which is a little bit, yeah.
I see. By combining the Loporrit's magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
I only thought of the first half, like the primals thing.
While Hydaelyn gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Are they all gonna fit?
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
That too. There's always that. I forgot about that.
Right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Good to know we're not creating something the equivalency of Zodiac, the, like, fucking
Truth be
being stuck in a
told,
moon.
I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered...
Hey, nice work on getting it completed, though. Alcaris. If you need to, like, you know, hop offline, de-stream, de-stress, and all that, absolutely understandable.
We will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Nice.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Lead the way.
Okay, so... Alright, so we should get... Titan, Ifrit, Leviathan,
May we have a moment?
Ramu,
In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars,
Ravana,
we developed these.
Shiva,
Portable teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem.
What?
Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok.
Nice.
There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find
Welcome back,
yourself
Arya.
separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board.
Alright, so... Ifrit, Titan, Shiva,
But rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
Ravana, Bismarck.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go. And Godspeed.
Garuda. Oh wait, no, Shiva was from Ice, what's Mahuzi, so still 5. What's the name of the snake? Oh, Ramu, that came from the, I forgot about Ramu. Your counting is making your titties. Well, you can count for me then. How many of the what's Mahuzis do we have? Because, okay, I can't find them. Never mind. All right, bam. If you could come this way, I will direct you to the bridge. Upon boarding the Ragnarok, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set sufficient time. Sounds good to me. At least Shri Lakshmi. Yep, her. Alright, let's see. So Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Bismarck, Ravana, Lakshmi, oh, Sleeping Way is busy, is being silly. Oh, that's that's the fucking pilot as well.
Welcome to the bridge, everyone!
Hi.
I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back. Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
God, wish I had that kind of a setup.
It's incredible.
Hi there, special effects page.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me?
We are now on the Ragnarok.
Summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site.
14th? God damn, there's been a lot of phases.
The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
Punch it.
So, are we ready?
Oh yeah, good King Mughal
As ready as we'll ever be.
Let's
get going.
I forgot about good King Mughal.
Oh, come on. The burnt out star's got more fire in its belly. Try it again, with feeling.
Punch it. Launch. Da, 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 da. Yeah.
Engage.
He's just like.
Engage!
Oh my god! It's like fucking Power Rangers. They all come together. And I'm wearing a fucking maid outfit while I'm doing this. Oh boy.
I refuse to elaborate because I don't know what
Shut
I just
up!
said.
Ow. Oh, this is just like the scene in the original Final Fantasy XIV cinematic. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah! Yeah, no, okay, I will find it again, Xerix. What? So not the Realm Reborn launch trailer, but the first one.
I must carry landwalkers into the sky. I cannot imagine a greater indignity.
Do not sulk so, for thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter.
Lord of the Revel.
Nay,
Nice.
they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice.
Glory.
So let us revel.
Revel. So fucking cool.
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation. I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
It's cool seeing the primals with their personalities and not be like a threat. Let us revel! Alright. Gauging. Oh, damn! Oh, just like in Halo! Damn, this is gonna be so cool to watch. It's a bit bright. Dun, 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 dun. Nice. I'm betting Y'shtola's not seeing shit. Oh, actually, no, we're riding on Aether, so she should be seeing like a...
Still in one piece? Good. Sleeping way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch.
Carrots? What?
Alright! Let's go over some points of caution.
Okay. Question. What's a carrot?
Destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteon, she's likely used dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Hydaelyn believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit.
Oh, so 8 carrots, I guess, is like 8 minutes? Ish? Or however long it takes them to eat 8 carrots.
What is this?
We missed it?
Something is interfering with the equipment.
That's not supposed to happen.
Greetings.
Oh. I meet you. Okay, just ease.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Yes. Meteon.
So this is Meteon.
At least a part of her.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters?
Gervin paid me to say greetings. Can you hear me?
I don't remember meeting you
Greetings.
myself.
Can you hear me?
But I do know
Greetings.
that you're from a
Can you hear me? Greetings. Can you hear me?
Shut it up.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Shut it up.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Greetings. Can you hear me?
The absolute disrespect.
Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
That's not what we do.
We didn't ask for that.
What she said.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering?
Because there's more to life than suffering.
Effort, ambition, love. They amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost. Stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold,
Thank
dark,
you.
and silent.
Thank you, Gnome, for
Your
clipping it.
world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
This is just exactly the problem that we had back in Everything Everywhere
Just to be
All at
clear,
Once.
We're not here to argue with you.
Yeah, I'm willing to argue.
We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Double check that it's a data center travel. Also, this might be my last, like, cutscene slash mission for the night.
I
Because
sense
it's
it.
almost midnight.
A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well.
For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours.
Oh.
Suffocated and extinguished now.
Don't do that. Don't just like fucking snap your neck twice just to put it back. Oh, are you serious?
I can't breathe. You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end.
Stop being depressed!
Where those who yet valiantly cling to life cannot thrive.
Fucking watch me! God damn, Thancred! Jesus! Nice! Okay. Props to Thancred. Let's be real. He probably, like, out of the different ones, like, granted, every single one of us has, like, quote-unquote, died one way or another. But, like, Thancred was... Hell yeah, good for you.
Fury.
Nice work, Thancred.
Thancred?
Actually, yeah, where is he?
Meteon has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination.
Okay.
This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this.
I wasn't expecting that.
From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
What? I'm sorry, edge of the universe, the ceasing of all existence,
Then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look.
Sorry, step back a little bit. The edge of the universe, end of all creation, filled to the brim with all the, you know, woes and depression of, like, dozens of dying star civilizations as there has been. And we can... and it's fine. It's quote-unquote fine.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End. In following their path walked...
Okay, fine was maybe a bit of an overstatement on my side.
One truth.
Like, it is desolate as
fuck.
fuck.
Curtains may fall again and again. So long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell. So, let them bring it to a close, I say. Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star. Is this a dead star?
I don't
As
know.
I live and breathe. I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Okay, but...
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
Who's messaging me at 11 p.m. tonight? Who's messaging me in the middle of the fucking night? Oh, it's Arya. Hi, Arya. You just... Oh, look at that. We got a provisions node with us, you know, just in case we wanted to buy shit. Ow! Did you have to do that, Blue? I can't guarantee it will be of help these strange surroundings, but I've readied a provisions node in case of emergency. Of course, if you
Zeebs
encounter
is a
any
cutie.
real danger here, I expect you to return to Ragnarok at once. Okay. Okay. Saying it's fine was, you know, a bit of an overstatement. We're alive, to say the very least. But, oh my, what the fuck is... What is that? Like, is that the planet or is that the star? Like, who the fuck lived here? Lol, exit to Labyrinthos. Alright. Hopefully Alphino can lead us to some place we can, like... We're fortunate this place can support life, albeit barely. I suspect given the torpid, stale quality of the air. But never mind that. We must find Thancred. Let us begin our search from the prow of the ship. It seems as good a direction as any. Try not to stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. Oh, actually, that reminds me. Mounts. Hang on a second. Scroll all the way up. Mounts from Fates. Chi bolts. Okay, so... Not that. Oh, hi, Arya. Alright. Dink. Alright. Invite to party. So, we're doing one more mission. We're gonna try and, like... We're gonna try and get somewhere. Oh, actually, hang on. Compass. 907. Jesus. Fine. Let me get my motorcycle out. Okay. Note to self. Watch my step. What the fuck is down there? The fuck is going on down there? Is that the star? Is that the star? The fates with mounts tied to them are level 90 and don't show on the map until you're close by. Oh. That would be an endless drop. That sounds like a ready to fall into a collapse. And then just the sheer weight of the star kills me. That's the entire world, but in fragments. Ah! Oh, fuck you. Ruins. But of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything. Oh shit, this stuff got melted. The fuck melted this shit? You won't be able to reach the one in this zone without flight or a piggyback. Ah. The metallic pillar has been partially melted, like something in a distant past. The damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately. Rather, it calls to mind the indiscriminate destruction often wrought in the heat of battle. Okay. And then, like, that thingamadiggy all the way up there. Graha? The intrinsic design of the top suggests it's man-made, Although its builders were surely not men as we conceive of them. Having said that, I swear I have seen this pattern before. Yeah, that's the same pattern as the Omega device. That's the same pattern as what we saw back in the Deltascape, or whatever it's called. What? Look up where. Yep, look, there's... I recognize some of those pieces. And... what the fuck is... that? The fuck is that? The fuck is that? Like... he has a good memory? All of you were like, oh, Grant won't know unless he goes through the raids. Grant needs to go through the coils of Bahamut. Grant needs to go through Alexander. Grant needs to go through Omega. Grant needs to go through this and that. Oh, he won't possibly know what's going on in Endwalker. It's gonna be so important, like the Crystal Towers to Shadowbringers. I did my research. I was ready to go into the fucking raids I didn't do, and then next thing I knew, I checked in with Gerald Hart, and Gerald Hart was like, nah, you don't have any raids that are, like, relatively important to this fucking depression field of, like, just like, this is fucking lo-fi synthwave background. Also, hi there, Wolk, welcome to the stream. I'm a little bit more awake than normal because, this is where we are. Also, Dying Star, or whatever, behind us, don't worry about that one. You've been lurking for hours. Just been gauging my reactions to shit. Oh, look at Astinian. What the shit? Even when we work together, you are just ages past. Although... that is some Chernobyl shit right there. You guys seen the HBO show Chernobyl? Any of you remember the opening episode when they had, like, the fucking, like, beam of light bullshit that was going off, like, at the start? That's what it reminds me of. Looks like Mako. Oh, yeah, it does, yeah, like, from Final Fantasy VII. Good point. Good point. I thought this hill might offer a better view of our surroundings. A poor decision in hindsight. Besides, the light from the ship all is shrouded in darkness. If Thancred is here, I'd never know it. From what I can tell, we are near the edge of an island, if you can call it that, surrounded by floating debris. Yeah, going up this hill was like... what the fuck? 575 malms to the northeast. Well, that's a ways away. Fun fact, either the celestial body or one another in its area has been growing since this patch came out 2 years ago. What do you mean growing? Celestial bodies do not grow. That's not a thing. So, like, okay, do you mean growing, or, like, coming closer? Because celestial bodies aren't meant to grow. This isn't like a furry hypercomic. They don't... things don't just grow because you want them to. Were you able to find anything? As I feared. And still no trace of Thancred? Yes, yes, Alcaris, because that's what I was looking for in my explanation about the fucking celestial bodies growing in Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG. I needed a plot device. Actually, yeah, that's probably all I needed, and that would have been good. Yeah, you're right. You make a good point. Actually, you're incorrect, Grant. Stars do technically grow to a point in their celestial bodies. I guess. A bomb in slow motion grows as well, by that logic. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which, unfortunately, isn't very far. Everyone just like, mm-hmm. Though, I can't help but suspect that someone, or something, is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close, and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. Might that be the dramatists? Like the whole... Like, you know, the whole emotional energies thing? Like, there's no aether out here. Like, apparently this is just all dead. So, wouldn't it make sense then that everything else here would have to be... I think I might see something over there. Dynamis, thank you. I love how Wolk is just like the fucking morning chai smug. Is just like, I heard reference to furries. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. The fuck you talking about? There's a fucking dragon right there. Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We found only more questions when we are desperate need of answers. There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's port side we've yet to explore. Let us try searching there then. My celestial body grows. Alrighty. Hopefully we'll get some information from Sashera about this, you know, celestial bodies are growing bullshit. Would love to see it. Grant, a word before we join the others? Oh, another stellar dragon. Stolo should be blind? I reckon... Yeah, actually. Considering her whole shtick is, like, the viewing of the Aether and shit, she would be, like, basically blind to everything but us right now. There's lots of posts about a light in the sky appearing after 6.2. Okay. So... what I'm hearing is, hey, Grant, you should have gotten up to this point sooner, is what I'm hearing. Alright, cool. We should be able to just take a shortcut here. There's fucking shit happening in the map, for reals. Dragon. There we go. Sup, Estinian? You see them too, don't you? The dragons. Why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you say anything when I pointed them out to you? As I thought. Their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgossamer and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive it. Is it? Is that the reason? Oh, we spent time with dragons for too long. That's all we see. Is that it? Like how humans just are so good at pattern recognition that we start forming patterns even when they're not there. Like, you just need to have a piece of paper and 3 dots, and you can, like, come up with a face on, like, any, like, sort of 3D non-Euclidean structure, so long as you have those 3 dots. Could these apparitions be related to the dragon that now live on Aetherius? Bah, better to leave such conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons that can see us as well. That can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? Seeing faces and... Yes, that. It's the stylization half of the Uncanny Valley. Alrighty. Let us avoid these... Oh, for fuck's sake. We're alive. Oh, hey, there's a... Okay, that's a weird crystal. Like... I thought there would be no Aether. But... if there's an Aether right here... Like... What? Okay, Alize, you gonna explain this to me? Dragons.
Dragons? Here?
Is that why this place is livable? Because the dragons were here first? Istinian, didn't we just go through that it's no longer a problem?
Of a world that once was.
Oh.
A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Their what? That one didn't make sense.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh, yes. He is here, and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words. Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist.
Okay, this is probably
In
heading
like
to a part
manner
of
to
the
the
game
oblivion
that
I
I
send.
can't really think that much.
I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade. Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
So...
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
Justinian?
Huh?
She has the ability to
just... You will never reach the true me.
Okay, that's not the same ability I was thinking. I thought it was just, you know...
Emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteion holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
By having a greater emotion than her, like, you know, unending lamations?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Oh.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
Okay. So... let's see, do I have any of these? Let's go for Regal. Let's go for Regal. Regal sounds good. Okay, so... Alright. From the sounds of it, this place was, like, dead and, you know, gone. There was nothing... There was no way we'd have been out here. But... as Meteion, like, flooded us with dynamis, specifically the dynamis that she controls, all the negative emotions, the apathy, the tragedy, all that. She tried to, like, kill us with it. And Thancred, despite, you know, unable to breathe and what have you, same as us, it had a greater there was something about him that, you know, maybe he utilized dynamis the same way, but with a different emotion? Something, like, similar to his last word, survive. And because of that, even as he got, like, you know, fucking ripped into, you know, ceasing to exist and what have you, the dynamis he had, or he utilized dynamis and his, like, you know, emotion to create this, which, I'm gonna be real with you, is synonymous with survive. Like, is that's my running theory right now. Like, the reason we have all this is because, you know, it's synonymous with the emotion and the what have you we had from that Thancred got before, you know, ceasing to exist and all this kind of nonsense. Wait, am I in... Discovered a new... Yay, I entered a sanctuary. Okay, so this is technically a sanctuary. We are not in danger if I'm just here. Alright, so if let me just double check some things. So we did that, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And I went through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, so I went through 7 quests to get to here. It's midnight. And I'm thinking of going through... Do I want to go through one more? No, I won't go through one more. It's now midnight. I can't go through another one, unfortunately. That is going to need to be it for tonight. You can easily finish Endwalker the next stream if you're too tired. I don't, like, that is, like, you know, that's probably what's gonna happen. So, also, let me get some music going off in the, background. So, where's the music channel? There's the music channel. God fucking damn it, there's an advertisement going off! So, back in the day. Jiggle, jiggle. Alrighty, so we were last at... Dunk. God fucking damn it. Give me a moment. Where are you? Strange. Alright, you do have a raid suggestion? Give me a minute. Unto the heavens.
I refuse to elaborate because I don't know what I just said.
It's terrible when you do that, isn't it? Alrighty, so now according to Bonk. Alrighty, so according to this thingamadiggies, according to that thingamadiggies, I have gone 95% of the way through the entirety of Final Fantasy XIV. I am currently 71% of the way through Endwalker, or 81% of Endwalker Part 2, which is, you know, Endwalker. Then there's still 28 plus missions into, like, patch content and what have you, or however many more. So, still got a ways to go. But considering where I am, I think it's very possible we might be able to go through quite a bit. Especially since, like, Sunday was my next scheduled day for the MMORPG, because Saturday I'm going to be with my mom and my sister, so I won't be, you know, I won't likely be able to stream on that day. It would be nice, but I did not set that as a plan. That is not a guarantee. The next time I'm going to be streaming, however, I'll need to double check with Code about this, but hopefully tomorrow night I should be able to stream. Now, today was meant to be Baldur's Gate 3, but that didn't end up happening. So we did Final Fantasy. So tomorrow is Friday. Friday, I originally thought I was going to do some Final Fantasy, but I'll check in with Code. If he's okay, if Jason's all right and we have time, will go play Baldur's Gate 3 instead. So we're basically just doing like a switcheroonies of today and tomorrow's like scheduled events and what have you. Alrighty. I have someone in mind that I would like to raid. I am going to go and raid because I've not had a chance to see them like stream and what have you very often, but I highly recommend them. Is Morning Chai. Hang on, let me get their... Do they have their... Gosh darn it, they don't have their... They, he, she, but they is fine. Okay. They are a furry artist, part of VFur. Amazing stuff. They do a lot of cool art. We're gonna go with raiding into them. And it's going to be our classic raid message, Himbo Raid. Show us your cutest guys, gals, and non-binary pals, or prepare to get swole. If you are not subscribed, that is okay. You get to use whichever other kinds of emotes that you have available to you. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I know we went on for quite a while now, over 6 hours. But I hope you all had a wonderful time as we went through a little bit of Final Fantasy XIV after, you know, explanation of all this kind of nonsense in the mornings. And I hope to see you hopefully either tomorrow or see you all next time. Bye for now.